You don't want to do that.
I do love the NFL.
I have an announcement to make.
Oh, God.
I have the big game feelings in my tum-tum right now.
Oh, my God.
Wait, what?
Put it on the poll quote.
Don't
I have
What?
the big game feelings
in
in
my
my
nervous?
tum-tum. No, I'm not nervous. It's a huge game.
There's a special feeling.
Yes.
What?
It's
Michigan,
like
Rhode Island, or Minnesota, Rhode
It's
Island.
in the air. It's in the
You
air.
don't have the big game feelings in your tum-tum?
No.
I'm going to tweet out the poll question.
No.
Josh, I have the big game feelings in my time.
I don't think those are big game feelings right
He's
now for
ready
you,
for
Nick. You have
El
other
Clasico.
feelings going on in your tum-tum.
How much Taco Bell did you eat today?
I haven't eaten Taco Bell in a
Probably.
while, actually.
Mm.
Good for you.
Interesting.
That's good. That's good for you.
Yeah, I think it's a big game.
I think that is true, Josh.
Yeah.
I would agree with you on that take.
Thank you. I was talking to someone who covers the Buffs earlier today, and
Was he
I
a radio
said
host?
he might be a radio host, and I said I think for the first time in a while, it is like not this like obligation of going to a home game and like, yeah, we'll go there and we'll make noise. People are like, I can't wait to go there
That's what I'm saying,
and
man.
affect this football
People like
game.
this
Some
team.
people are. Other people are going to be watching
I would-
Minnesota. and
I
Rhode
wasn't
Island.
going to affect the atmosphere though, Nick,
Great
because I
point,
was
Nick.
going to go in a polo of a non-red
Oh.
color.
Josh, you have a lot of pull around these parts. What if Thomas Fedoni is looking out for you? What if he wants to see you there? What if he plays harder?
Are they going to actually throw him the ball like down the field instead of a screen pass?
No, I like it when they throw it to him sideways.
Yeah.
He'll play harder if he knows that you're there, but he knows
Like
he
a-
won't be
Wow.
there now.
Like a
Nebraska
giraffe.
has one of their better offensive games in a while, and Josh is throwing Sat under the bus
Way to
again.
go.
I'm gonna have to be your check the whole season.
And balance?
You and this
Check with me.
hate. Yes. I am the Supreme Court. You are the executive branch. I am your check. I am your balance.
Oh no,
Right
John's
here.
loaded.
That's right. I'm loaded, filled with smartness, trying to keep you from just throwing poor Marcus Satterfield under the bus.
Josh hates Sadie.
Just-
Put it on the boards.
He didn't throw it to that guy I made fun of last year the right way.
That's terrible.
Aaron texts in, Tum Tum is almost worse than chicken tendies. Horrible.
It definitely is worse.
I don't understand. So when I
Wow,
think
Brian,
of,
it's 2 unranked teams. Let's just win some games before we start
Oh,
the hype
shut
bus
up.
this year. Brian,
Shut
shove
up.
it!
Shut up.
God!
We're not doing that.
See,
Thank
John,
you,
these are your
Thank you,
people.
Brian.
No, John.
that's right.
No.
They're
I'm
smart.
I'm
They're
so sick
smart.
of you.
They are.
I'm so sick of you.
They are smart.
I want to quit the show right now and leave you because this is how you are now. You don't like football.
John,
you don't
you
like
are-
big
You like
games.
football. You're a bitch. You know that? You are a bitch. You are a crybaby bitch. All you do is bitch. You don't like football. Blah, blah, blah. That's
Spot
what
the
you are.
lie.
You're a bitch. No, I do like football.
Make that a promo,
But-
Nick.
But
It's Mark.
Oh, my side hurt.
His Tum Tum hurts.
My top.
and you know what's the best part of this is Prime is somehow going to use this against Nebraska. But that's another story.
Yeah.
No, I can make the argument this
No.
game is bigger for the fans than it is for the program.
Mm.
Agree?
It's probably true.
Yeah, but aren't games like always bigger for the fans because they have the more of the stake in it?
That doesn't
What do you
make
mean?
it
They
not-
have no stake in it, honestly. The
well,
players are
John-
the ones that do all
John,
the work.
There are some people that hinge their entire emotional stability
I-
on how the Huskers do.
I am aware
Jack
of that.
Mitchell.
I am aware of that.
Many people. Jack is
But
not the only one.
But could you make the argument that this game means more to the not that the game doesn't mean something to the team. It
Sure.
absolutely does.
Of course it does.
But it will do more good for the psyche of the fans than it will for the psyche of the team, and it would do more harm if they lose to the psyche of the fans.
Definitely
versus
agree on the
psyche of
ladder.
the team.
Definitely agree on the ladder.
Well, then
I don't know if I agree on the former, but
why not?
that's because you and I mean, we've been arguing about this for months. I still think this is huge for the program too.
No, but you could say that like let's use a 10-point scale, right?
Okay.
Let's say in terms of positive psyche in a win, this is like a 7.5 for the program. It's a 9.5 for the fans.
That's a fun question. Happer,
out of 10,
90% of the voters say they have the big game feelings in their tum tum. By the way,
I can't.
How many votes?
just 29.
The-
It's early though.
I feel like 7.5 sounds okay, but then I think about what would happen if they lost.
Well, then from the opposite side of the spectrum, if you wanted to go the other way, if
Bad.
it's a negative,
Bad
I
times.
think
Bad.
it's like a 9.9 bad for the fans and I would only
would you say it's actually a lower number for the team?
Oh,
if they
much
lose?
lower,
Like a
lower. Like
6?
Shouldn't it be
maybe a
higher?
4 or 5.
But here's the thing.
Shouldn't it be higher for the team if it's their Super Bowl?
Wow, Jimmy, not Alan, says
Another great point.
they
Nick.
lose,
Nick's on
it's
a roll.
done.
The
You
what?
mean the whole program, Jimmy? If they lose, the whole program is done?
I don't want this to happen. I don't want Nebraska to
time.
lose.
It's
But if they
time.
do, I just want to be here to shout down the Jimmies of the world and all the others who are going to.
All Jimmys have bad opinions.
Who are the same people who last year wanted Rule fired after 2 games.
Those people
I
are
want-
idiots.
I mean,
You don't fire the coach, but it's time that Nebraska wins a game like this. They have been in so
against a
many
ranked
of
team,
these,
unranked team.
and
Wow.
this is
Wow.
the reason why people are saying that this isn't a big game or isn't the biggest game, whatever it is because they're scared. They're scared. They're like
I'm not
Christian
scared.
Bale in the gulag before he untethers himself and gets out
Dark
of the
Knight Rises.
But
gulag.
he had to get scared first so that he could rise.
Indeed, be
It
scared.
was in the title of the
So
movie.
you need to be scared.
Dive
fire
into
rises.
the pool head first.
You gotta push your hands over.
Oh.
Yeah, they're chanting all those weird things at him.
Yeah.
He untethers himself and he gets out of the gulag because he has to jump. He has to untether himself.
So okay, so
Untether yourself.
using my negative 10-point scale, Nebraska loses. What does that do for the psyche of the fan base?
I think you were right. It's a 9-9. It's a 10. It's
yeah,
you guys are going to be on for 8
It's
hours.
as high as it goes.
No, we ain't gonna be on for no damn 8 hours.
When I'm checking in at the airport on Sunday morning, you still be on the air.
It
And I'll
is
hop
as
on
high as
StreamYard.
it goes.
Yes, it
but
is.
for the players, for the program, it's not a 10.
It's definitely not a 10.
It's lower. Yeah, it's lower.
Is it lower than what it would mean if they win? You think you said a 7.5 if they
Well,
win?
I mean, I don't know if it's quite like a. You know what I'm saying? If it's 9 on one end, it has to be 9 on the other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because you definitely are not someone who think if they lose, they will be okay. All is not lost.
When I think big picture, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. I think they can.
But you also don't think if
I
they
think
win,
they can
all is gained. You think like it's a big game, but it's like not the biggest of games, right?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. It's important. Because we're kind of arguing semantics here. It's important, and I don't want it to downplay the enthusiasm that people have. I get it. I totally get it. That's why I say I think it's bigger for the fans than it is for the program. And a lot of that, again, stems from the fact that I believe that the way Matt Rule is trying to build this and is building this, that it's not going to have that, when a Frost team lost a game like this, it did feel like the sky was falling.
Because it actually was.
Because it was.
They lost to Colorado in 2019, and it changed
Oh,
the
I know, but
trajectory of the whole
I
season.
hate
But think
that
about this for
everything's a
just a minute.
referendum
Let's say Colorado somehow, let's say Shador gets the ball with 2 minutes left and does Shador things, they win the game.
Oh, no.
Keep in mind that Sunday morning, you're still going to have Dylan Raiola. You're still going to have that receiver group.
The sun
You're still going to
rises.
have that defense. You're going to still have Mr. White. You're still going to have Matt Rule.
I hate the referendum.
So
games
that's why I don't put as much stock in it, but it's still big.
I hate the referendum games, but I do think there is like this confidence, the big game in your tum-tum feeling, like Josh explained earlier, to where people actually feel like they like this team and this team is capable of winning in a game like this and should not be scared.
I think that's what would hurt the most is that people are actually believing in them finally.
Uh-huh.
If they lose, like there will be, like there's this listener, I think he texts your show, Doc. Does Doc text your show?
Doc does.
Doc is incredibly negative on
What's
this
up,
team.
Doc?
He, if they lose, he is going to be the first person on Monday to remind us, I told you not to buy into them.
Yeah.
I don't think there are as many Docs in the world though as there are the other side, like a million Docs existed during the Frost era where it's so easy to hop. Like, I did it. I never believed that they were going to overcome any of that stuff, and they didn't. And so I was able to say, yeah, why do you expect them to? I finally believe in them. And so like that's the part that would hurt, I think, for people is like, I actually believed finally. And then they let me down one more time.
Yeah.
And so if they do that again, tough.
It would take away a lot of the confidence that Matt Rule has, I think, instilled in his team
Yes.
and in the fan base that this
100%.
is different and it won't be the same as how it was, losing all the close games and losing, falling flat on your face in the big referendum games. Like it would be that.
Doesn't part of this also have to depend on what Colorado ends up being?
Yeah, and we don't.
I mean, if
we're not
Nebraska
going to know
wins
that
this-
answer tomorrow.
If Nebraska
or
wins
Saturday.
this game and Colorado's the same team as they were last year,
See, now
It's
that's
not
right.
gonna- it's not
Again,
gonna
I
feel the
disagree,
same. That
though.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
what do you mean?
I already think they're the same team as last year, and yet I think that this game matters
the
that much.
16 Oregon game.
Yeah, I
was
don't
the same
care.
thing.
I don't care if they could lose out, but it's still in the moment. It's just like when Nebraska beat Michigan in 62. It's for what it represents at the game. It's not what it represents at the end of the
Absolutely.
season.
Yeah, but okay, there's a
Yes, I know there was.
there's a big
62
difference.
Michigan was a good program. Colorado's not.
right.
Yeah,
I mean, what's Colorado accomplished in the last 10 years? Forget
Nothing.
about Dion. What are
It's
they
not
accomplished?
about
They went
that,
to the
though.
Pac-12 championship game that one time.
They did.
So
in
what is it
2016.
about?
I don't know, man. What do you mean? It's
No,
they beat Nebraska 3 times in a row. They beat them last year. They talk a lot of crap. They have Deion Sanders, and
so it's a big game because as the heels,
yes,
they have done a nice job
They've
of
done it.
getting under your skin.
They're incredible at it.
they've done an excellent.
They're
job.
so good at it.
In the
even
words of Bill
though
Catlin,
they're
excellent
really,
job in every
even though at the
respect.
end of the day they're a chicken poop heel,
Yeah.
they still do a nice job of getting under your skin, and that's it.
Rent free. I might
Rent
say
free.
They
Yeah,
are.
Colorado fans have been
Free
saying that
rent.
this week.
I don't know. Now, what would that be like had Nebraska won 2 out of the last 3 times they played? I don't know.
Yeah,
You know, I don't know what the intensity would be like for this, but just this feels like it's the last chance to do it against them. I don't know when Colorado's going to be on the schedule anymore.
I read a Sean Keeler column this morning.
Oh, they won't for
where
a
he
long
talked
time.
Be a long
to
time.
Yogurt, and basically it was just like, who knows when they're going to see each other again. This
Yeah.
might be the last time for a
Yeah.
long time.
Unless
You don't
they
want them to
somehow-
own that dub again?
Nebraska owned it for a long time after they left the Big 12.
Well, okay, think about it this way. Because we're all assuming that here in the next year or two, Prime is gonzo.
Probably, yeah.
And Colorado goes back to just being another anonymous program.
Yes. And Nebraska doesn't play him anymore.
And so the idea of, well, they'll have the dub on us for life. Will it matter when it won't be Prime? It won't be the big
No, 'cause their
talk.
fans will be gone.
And the bandwagon,
yeah.
they'll all be back watching the Broncos again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but John, what you're
So it
describing
won't-
is
it won't-
rational. That's not
Well,
how
I know,
fandom works,
I
right?
know, but I guess
People
I
forget
don't.
fan is short for fanatic.
There will be that one person in the comments every time Nebraska does anything. Well, he lost
Lost
to
to
Colorado.
Colorado.
I mean, I guess, but
Bragging rights forever.
but-
4-0, 2018.
But
John,
if-
I think you were
but if-
looking at this
but if-
way too rationally.
but if 5
You've done a
years-
great job at looking at this rationally.
But if 5 years from now, Matt Rule's got Nebraska exactly where they should be. They've qualified for the playoff. They've contended for the
yeah,
conference.
of course. And yeah, nobody. it's
And
just
that's why I'm saying I get why it means a lot to the people. I get it. I totally get it. And I embrace that. And I'm glad that people are excited. And I'm glad that place is going to be loud. I don't have any hesitation or qualms that the atmosphere in that stadium won't be among the best it's been in a while. No concerns whatsoever. It would take
it's
another
going to be incredible.
it would
It's going
take
to be the
another
best.
pandemic to keep that from happening. All right. So I don't have
a
any
3-day
qualms with
pandemic.
that. I have no qualms
Prop it
with
up.
that. But I also believe that this program is building for something bigger than just a game like this.
Of course, they are.
Okay, definitely. Very rational. But hear me out on this. A lot of this is about the psyche of the fan base.
Yeah.
A lot. I like that's what a lot. So to your point, John,
Mhm.
like it is about the fans.
Mhm.
It is. If you lose this game,
Oof.
it is going to be unhealthy. Unhealthy.
Horrible.
And no
Is it
amount-
going to be more unhealthy than it was a year ago after losing this game,
it
where
will be
people were
less-
calling for him being
It will
fired?
be less healthy. It will be more unhealthy.
Man, I'm going to have a lot of work
so
to do.
they'll, they could get.
They're not
blown
going
out.
to lose, though.
They could rip off their next 6 games,
You said
It's
that
not
last
going to
year.
matter.
and
I did. I
it-
didn't
was that
believe
a
it, though.
bit?
I didn't
Oh,
believe
it was a
last year.
bit.
I didn't believe it last year.
But the fan
You
base
jack.
is not going to recover from. They will always be like, "Yep, snake bitten." This staff now snake bit me
Yeah.
because they thought they were going to be good, and we lost to Colorado.
But you can be snake bitten and not die from the bite.
Nice.
Oh, they won't be
a
dead.
guard. A
They'll
garter
be alive.
snake.
That's what I always say about
Garters
it.
don't call me
You're
a
not gonna be
gardener
physically
snake.
harmed by this.
Garter.
You're going to be okay.
Garter.
Just dive headfirst into the water.
Josh Otson writes, "Look what this game has done to us. A sportsy crossover. Disgusting. What have we become?"
Yeah, this is terrible.
And it's only
Well,
Wednesday.
John called Josh the B word.
And yeah, he called me a bitch.
I did.
Does he look like a bitch? Yeah, that's what you said to me.
I did.
Wader asks, "Is this the single worst game to be on Big Red Overreaction duties if they lose?"
Yes.
It's up there. John and I were there for the
Depending on
2019
how it
loss.
plays out.
That sucked because we also had an early flight the next day. We went to a really
And the
crappy
whole place,
sports bar
and
for
the
dinner.
whole place was like clearing out.
It was dead.
It was clearing out. It went from being insane and people standing on our table watching the game to it all clearing out.
Terrible. It's going to be really bad.
Jimmy asks, why do you do that to yourself, Josh? Why put yourself in the corner where if they don't win, the loss is hard and you're wrong? I don't know what that means. Why do I do what? Why do I pick them to win? I don't
Who
understand
cares about the loss being hard? All the losses should be hard.
Yeah, I don't understand
You
the question.
lose and like it's part of rooting for your team.
Yep.
You know?
I look forward
Don't
to
couch
when
it.
Nebraska wins this game and then loses to Northern Iowa, and we have to listen to Nick.
Go
and
Panthers!
And Nick's going to have they got scoreboard on us for the rest of time.
Well, they beat
They're
Colorado.
weirdos.
Yeah.
Oh, but they beat Colorado. They lost to an FCS team, but we beat Colorado.
Hey, your Kurt Warner played for the Panthers.
Great point. Great point.
Mr. High V himself. It was High V, right?
It was High V.
It was High V.
Helpful smile.
In every aisle.
Yeah.
No, I'm excited. I'm excited that this game means a lot for the fans.
Yeah.
You can be you can do your little smirking, your little winking, your nodding, all you want.
Okay.
All I know
Why are
is
you
is
so
when I make a
nonchalant about
prediction,
this?
when I make
It's so
a prediction,
wild.
it's not a bit.
1986 John
Yes.
would hate
You're
what
so
you have become.
nonchalant right
He
now.
would say,
You know
he would
why?
look at you and say,
first of all,
I hate you.
First of all, 1986 me would say we ain't losing Colorado because they suck.
Well,
but didn't
and
they
we're
lose in
really
86?
Yes, they did, and it sucked.
Yeah.
But you know what it didn't do? I didn't get on the phone the next day and say, "You had to fire Tom Osborne."
Well, yeah, because he was good.
My faith in this program is lost
No, but
forever.
1986 John would be like, this is a massive, 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 massive game. And yes, I know Colorado's not ranked, but neither is Nebraska. This is 86 version of Nebraska versus Oklahoma. It means the world. This game means everything. And it should.
No, this game does not mean everything.
Boo.
I'm sorry, it does not mean
Boo.
everything.
Boo. It does.
It doesn't. Why? Why do we have to play into that?
nobody's saying, like, I'm not saying if they lose, they should go fire everybody, but it hurts your confidence in where they're going. Like, it does.
I don't know how that's an
Yeah.
argument.
Wow. What?
John, do you
So
think
Dylan Rail is going to fall off the face of the earth
Do you-
if they lose this game.
do you think Colorado's good? Do you think they're a good program?
Not right now, no.
So why would you say like
Losing
you wouldn't
to
lose
a bad team is fine.
at home? That
Yeah.
you wouldn't just lose a little bit of faith? Like, ugh, yikes. That's a tough loss.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
If you don't think Colorado's good, but it's okay to lose, like I can't make those two work together for me. I can't make those two work together for me.
Nebraska lost to Iowa State in 1982 to a walk-on quarterback from
John,
Omaha.
You know that's different though. That was like year what? 8
Well,
or
I'm
9?
just saying.
Wait, 92 or 82?
92.
Okay, that was year 20. Like that's different.
So you're saying this is a referendum game for Matt
Not a
Rule.
referendum game.
It's a giant referendum game.
See, I don't think I
See,
wouldn't
I
use
get-
referendum. I would just
see,
say
yeah.
like my faith would be they chip at my faith. You know.
Okay. It won't chip on mine.
I know,
Yet.
and
It
that's
won't
where we
chip on-
that's
it
where we
won't chip
disagree.
on mine yet because, I mean,
This is the sportsiest crossover we've ever
It
done.
sucks.
it is.
Yeah, sorry everybody.
Why does it suck?
I don't
People
like
come
it.
here for mayonnaise.
I like to talk about poop and stuff.
Mayonnaise and poop. That's what the crossover is usually.
Will you eat a
No. I'm not
red
eating
Solo
any.
cup full
No,
of dog poop if they
no,
lose?
nothing.
It just chip at the faith is a better way to put it. If they lose, it's just like, man, was any of that real? You start to question everything.
Whole off season feels worthless.
Yeah, and it's not that Dylan
Oh
Raiola.
my
It's not
God!
that Dylan Raiola is going to be bad.
Are
it's not
you
that they
kidding?
can fire anybody.
Oh my God!
It's just
Rational
the
John.
whole this isn't. It's not even about being rational. It's about avoiding being totally irrational.
So that's irrational then. What is the opposite of irrational? It's rational. You're being very rational. I can't argue with you from the rational.
and that's a bad thing.
no. It's not. It's just you're and I are
Saying that the whole off season,
we're different.
the whole off season is for naught if they lose this game.
It just would feel
it
worthless.
is a checkpoint on
It-
the way to it being worth the whole thing.
It can be. I mean,
cannot
it can
get to
certainly
the
be.
whole thing
It can
without this
certainly.
game.
It could certainly
you will
be
never get this.
a starting point
You
to
will never
worse
get
things
this.
happening. It can be. I'm not saying it can't, but man, this is game 14.
It'd take a lot to get back the lost
This
confidence
is
from
game
losing this game.
14.
Yes.
This isn't even a
Remember
full
game 14
NFL
of the Frost
season.
era? People forget about game 14
And
of the
now
Frost
we're
era.
comparing him to Frost.
Just saying.
Here we go again.
Did you not lose confidence that day and at Folsom Field? I know I did. I left that game saying, my confidence
But
is shaken.
just,
John-
but just because it happened with Frost, there were other extenuating circumstances surrounding Frost.
Sure, but we didn't know about those at the time.
we knew some, not as many, obviously. Thank you, Michael Severe.
I mean, yeah, I knew he was like ignoring random phone calls from like a certain family who wanted to play quarterback at Nebraska.
Are we hearing any of that? Let's just open it up right now so that we don't get accused 5 years from now from disclosing the truth.
Get the shirt.
Do we have any indication?
No.
That this program right now has fundamental cracks in it?
No. I don't think so.
So this is game 14, and we're going to act like losing this game 14 is going to be the same as Scott Frost losing that game 14.
They've spent a year and a half building people's confidence up, and it would be crazy. And we're at the point where people finally do feel good about it, and they have their first big test in front of them, and they lose it. That wouldn't chip at it a little bit? I mean, come on. Of course it would.
Yeah, but what Josh is saying is not a little bit. He's saying a lot. To say that the whole offseason is for naught. That's what you said.
Oh, the whole offseason, it just would have felt like, wow, we got excited for nothing again. That's what I was trying to describe.
And they could go on a 7-game winning streak after this.
You think they would, though? Like that's the thing, John. It's not just a loss. It's how the loss would then change my view of the next 6 games or 5 games before Ohio State. Your viewpoint on the next 5 games wouldn't change if they lose to Colorado.
I mean, it could. Honestly, you have to see how it looks, right?
Sure, but again, how I view Colorado today and what I think of them and their issues on the lines, especially.
But what if Colorado...
And it's a home game.
What if Colorado is the anti-Oregon 2016, where they end up being better than we thought they were in the moment?
All right, yeah, I would agree with that, but I would hear you.
Not.
No, we can't. I can't.
They got a first-round quarterback. They got Travis. They got first-round dudes. They got some. I'm not trying to talk them up into being this juggernaut, but they do have some first round dudes. And remember, the beauty of football is you get one game. That's it. And you can have a bad day in one game.
Jeff says, so Husker hater Josh is back. No wonder why he isn't doing the on-site shows on Saturday. Jeff, what the hell are you talking about? I'm picking Nebraska to win
hater.
by multiple scores.
No, I don't think. No. Let's move away from that hyperbole. Josh isn't being a hater. No more than I'm being a Husker lover. I think this game is bigger for the psyche of the fans than it is for the psyche of this program.
I will agree with you on that.
You know, here's a fun thought experiment. So we're all just talking about this from the media fandom perspective.
Exercise.
If a player was in here, a current player, and it was just like, I'm going to be totally honest, I wonder what he would think of this discussion. If he would say, John is right, you guys are idiots. Or if he would say, again, he's being completely honest and has to own up to it.
I don't know.
Which would never happen. I wonder which side of the argument he would find himself, gravitating towards.
Yeah, that's a great
question. And if it's like a Dylan, a freshman, versus older player.
Because that'd tell us a lot.
It would. Like if Thomas Fidone was chilling here, just telling me to shush the whole time, but then was like, I'm going to give you my opinion. This game means X. And maybe he's like, John's right, guys. We can lose on Saturday, but there's still the whole conference season. Or if he's saying, no, this game does mean everything to us, even though we're not saying
We've heard players talk about the psyche of this program
many times.
That's what we're talking about, right? It's not in like John. It's not in my lack of confidence if they lose to Colorado of like Matt Rule not creating a good football team. Like he's a good coach. I think he's going to have a good football team, but baked deep into the DNA right now, this program is a problem with the psyche.
Yes.
And they need a win like this.
Just so then they can stop talking about it.
Stop talking about it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why this game is so important.
But unfortunately, Nebraska is going to have, in my opinion, a tougher game in about 4 weeks in that same stadium against a program that they have no ginned up hatred for because it's Rutgers. And that game may tell us more about where this program is going than this game might.
But this ain't about football.
It might.
It's not about football. Nick, that's the podcast title. This Saturday is not about football.
It's not about football because it means more to the fans than it does to anyone else.
I already agreed with you on that one.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that one.
And that's been my number one point.
Venmo Chris texts in. Well, 2 texts, first of all. I think he made the same comparison earlier. He said it's 20 Texas all over again. Which it's not, because Matt Rule's not going to go to the basement of a hotel the game day morning.
We definitely did tie ourselves in a pretzel about that one.
We did. He also adds, John's been Creighton-pilled. He doesn't get it anymore. John, are you too Creighton-pilled now?
No. It has nothing to do with that. I mean, I'm sorry. Hate to break the news to you, but
I definitely think you are being too rational. I think you have now reached into a point
There's
where
no
you are.
such thing as being too rational.
There is in sports that deals with 18 to 22-year-olds. You can be too rational. I think, in
but you
college
can't
football.
say that without knowing exactly what's in their rationality.
Yeah, and I don't know that answer. I don't.
And we don't know that.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, Matt Rule is not going to go in there with the message of that next Sunday morning or right after the game if they lose, saying, "Oh man, what are we going to do now?"
Well, of course, he's
going to be in there.
He can't approach. He's a coach, though. Coaches aren't allowed to think that way.
No.
Yeah.
No, they're absolutely not.
What we've been led to believe is that the program has progressed in a great manner in terms of how they approach things, right? Like the mental side of things. Took another step maybe last week. People feel good about the team. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt. If they lose the game, it would just be like, man, how? Why? What went wrong? Did they look uncharacteristically bad? What must have happened
and we
for
don't
Nebraska
know.
to lose the game? It must have been something in there somewhere. You know?
And we don't know the answer to how the game's going to be lost. Just like anyone
That's
else,
true.
we'll overanalyze it to death.
Ooh, that should be a topic for tomorrow or Friday. If Nebraska loses, how do they lose? What happens? First thing I think of is, of course, the receivers for Colorado.
Who are really good.
Yeah, the quarterback.
There's going to be at least two of them in the NFL.
Bombs the ball.
Who's going to be really good. And
Do we
play in
think
the NFL.
Dylan could lose the game? Is the moment too big for Dylan?
I mean, I plan on asking. We're going to have Gary Barnett on today. He's a freshman making his second start, a true freshman making his second start. A lot of coaches would say, make that kid beat us.
They would.
I'll be curious to see what his answer will be to that as an ex-coach.
Be interesting if Colorado tried to do that.
Yeah, I'd love that. They should try to do that.
I mean, yeah, that's the good thing about having Dylan, though. They might be able to try to make him do that, and he might come and answer the bell.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have a lot of from a mental perspective. That guy, pretty good.
Me too.
Yes,
Pretty good.
Which is again
trust him
why
very much.
which is why my confidence won't be shaken as badly because I know that dude is still playing. Now, if Nebraska loses the game and they lose Dylan in the same
John,
game,
don't you dare say
then
that.
then it's a whole different.
John
ballgame.
Bishop said it, not me. That'd be bad.
That would be the worst Big Red overreaction.
That would all. And again, I know, long season. That would suck for the whole year.
And by the way, I don't want to make this all come off as trying to dismiss Colorado as a rival or downplay it because it's quote unquote only Colorado. I don't want to come down as one of those. I'm looking at this more from what I see in Matt Rule, what I see in the development of his program, what I see in what he's trying to do, and believing that his plan in the long run is going to work. So I hope no one's hearing this and saying, well, you're just being an arrogant Husker fan who, always looks down their nose at the other team. No, that's not what I'm doing. Now, if Colorado were a top 5 program right now,
But
different ballgame.
So to your point, it's early, right? Let's go to Scott Frost's 14th game. What was Scott Frost's 14th game?
Colorado.
That was
At Colorado.
Was it?
It was.
Indeed,
They beat
it
South
was.
Alabama in week
At
1.
Oh, that's right.
Colorado.
All right, yeah. Okay.
Didn't that suck the air out of it a little bit? It
Totally
sure
sucked it.
did.
Totally.
Right, but like
in that
I
moment,
pointed-
John, we never would have said but now they won't win very many games. We still thought, they can make a bowl game though. It changed the trajectory.
But to your point,
of
Josh,
that
I was
year.
going back to your point about like you want to feel like the season there's still everything on the line for you as long as you possibly can.
Correct.
It's when you take that first loss, it just lets the air out of the balloon.
Yeah.
And especially to a team like this.
And again, you just said if they were top 5, you would have a different point of view. I actually think that them being unranked actually adds to the level of angst. If they were top 5, no one would pick them to win.
But you said earlier the reason for the angst is because they have played the heel and they're the ones getting under your skin.
Among other reasons.
What it is.
Among other reasons.
That's it's the rivalry aspect. It's those things. So whether they're ranked or unranked really, I guess, maybe doesn't mean a heck of a whole lot. But going back to the point about comparing this to Frost's 14th game, again, remember in that first off season, Frost was already talking a big game, and we started saying, wait a minute, whoa, what are you doing here?
Sure.
There were
Not apples to apples.
There were already some cracks in the foundation at the beginning of year 2. We just wanted to gloss over them. I'm here to tell you today, September the 4th, 2024. I don't have any of those types of, but feelings about Matt Rule in this program. Zero, zip, nada. And that's why I feel more confident if they lose this game 14, it won't feel the same as losing that game 14.
Yep. But the air would definitely get sucked out of the building. That's for sure.
Well, I hope not. We have to breathe.
You might struggle.
Oh,
You
man.
might suffocate and die.
Zach says, I don't think Colorado will be able to say, make Raiola beat us. I don't think they'll be able to shut down Nebraska's run game. Wow, so Zach's saying Nebraska's offense will just be fine totally.
Oh, yeah. But I do want to ask that question.
Yeah, it's a great question. Yeah. Yeah. How do they approach it?
We'll see what happens with Nebraska's run game. I think he'll put a little bit more on young Dylon this week.
Think it's a little fool's gold last week versus UTEP?
I just don't think they'll. Well, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't think they'll run it for 225, but seemed a little easy last week. That's
it did. All. By the way, Star Wars Fiend commented earlier and said, John is Jabba the Hutt sitting on his throne laughing at NU losing to the Buffs with Josh sitting next to him tied in chains, forced to watch.
I'm not wanting them to lose this game.
I need a Jabba the Hutt with John's face on it.
You have Canva.
Do that.
I could do that.
Yeah, there you go, Nick.
I made the Jawa thing on Friday.
There you go.
Some people would be very offended and hurt that you've compared me to Jabba.
Yeah.
Are you offended and hurt that you've been compared to Jabba?
No.
To be fair, it was Star Wars Fiend.
No, but I'm just saying some people might. You should always check and see what people feel first.
John
before you
doesn't
do
get
mean
offended
things.
and hurt by much.
No.
Not usually. I got offended and hurt about, Josh thinking this is the biggest game since, 71
Very
game of the century.
offensive.
But
Yeah, that's the question. When's this the biggest game set? Because we just got a text from Adam that said this fan base needs a big win, biggest game in the last 10 years. At some point, hope goes away and doesn't come back if we keep losing these.
I'd really have
Are we
to
allowed
dig,
to use hindsight?
I'd really have to dig into that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Because, in hindsight, the Colorado game in 2019 actually turned out to be the biggest game
Let's
perhaps.
just say we're not allowed to use hindsight.
So what's the last time going into a game that we were like, this is the one?
2016 Wisconsin.
That's the answer. That game seemed like it could really turn the tide. I remember talking to a writer who covered the team back then and saying, just about that, this is so massive.
Yeah.
Because if they can finally do this,
Yeah.
they would have beaten Wisconsin. They would have won the West,
The game was
oddly
on the road.
enough. It would have been on the road. They would have ended the streak of all those losses. That was a massive game. They would have moved to 8-0.
I was too caught in my feels about something.
You were talking about the Cubs.
Something far more important.
Probably Creighton related.
Cubs.
It was. That was a World Series.
Cubs.
I know.
I never saw that game. I was at Wrigley watching the Cubs lose their last World Series game.
I was at that game.
Oh,
They lost in overtime.
was that a friend's house?
I thought
in Lincoln?
I thought heaven's gates had opened when Wisconsin missed the extra point in overtime.
I know.
I thought it's happening.
Isn't that the game where they called Fultzy? Wasn't that the game where they called Fultzy in overtime on the coin toss?
Oh, yeah.
I
Yes,
think they called it because he had
was.
passed away, and so the coin
I don't remember.
was I thought it was the Sam Fultz coin that game, and
It
they
might have
called
been.
probably
It
they
might have
called
been.
Fultzy, and it landed on that, so they deferred.
Oh my gosh.
So they would go second,
call,
and then they
Josh.
missed the extra point,
Yeah.
and it was like, oh my gosh, it's going to
It's
happen.
happening. Yeah.
And then they miss PI, and they lose. And then Nebraska lost 40-10 a few weeks later, and they lost 62-3.
62-3 7 days later.
Gross.
That was the killer. Yeah.
Gross. And then everything was bad again.
But the Cubs won the World Series.
But the Cubs won the World Series.
Ah!
It was so much better then.
Gross.
I'm going to say it, even though this was sports.
No, yes, I
No.
agree.
Happy
We
New
want
Year.
this in the
No.
time capsule.
John called me a bitch.
Yes,
Happy
we want
New
this in the
Year.
time. Yes, we want this in
You'll
the time
hear John
capsule.
calling you a bitch after I make it a promo. You can hear it as much as you want.
Well, we want to hear it again in December, Nick.
Yeah, but
You're
that's
gonna
not
put
the
the beer in a
only reason.
promo?
Yeah,
Don't
why
you
not?
want this in the time capsule so we can all go back in December and laugh at each other?
Yeah, we're probably all
Because
gonna
we're
say we sound
all
like
because
idiots.
we're all going to be wrong
Nebraska
about
will
something.
win, but then they won't be very good.
Yeah.
Or they'll
we're-
lose, and then they're all. Well, I guess if they lose and then they were awesome, John would be right. The best for all of us to be incorrect would be Nebraska wins, but yet they're still
Here.
at 6-6.
This is my guarantee. There's going to be something about this crossover that we're all going to look back and go, "Damn, that was dumb." And we're all
100%.
Wonder what that'll be.
I don't know.
Well, I guess we all do think Colorado stinks. So
We need to put
Colorado
another
also
thing in the
being good.
calendar. Listen to this crossover on November 28th or something like that.
To
Just-
see what we thought.
Yeah, what's today? September 4th.
Well, no,
Fourth.
this won't run until before Christmas.
He's saying
Just say,
listen to it
just
before though.
listen to it individually, just to see what we're wrong about.
Yeah.
After the Black Friday.
Happy New Year.
Sure, I guess.
Wow. I liked it. This
is
was
the
good.
most half-hearted Happy New Year we've ever
Just
done.
You
replay
guys were
this.
excited about
Just
it.
replay it on Saturday. That'd be another 30-minute segment for you guys.
Oh,
there you go. Just
John
replay it.
thoughts.
Why would?
And then it's like I'm there. Hey, let's go to. Josh is back.
Yeah, keep in mind, folks.
I don't think I want to listen to this again. I don't want to listen to ourselves talk about this.
Wow.
Again.
Why?
I don't know.
You don't like? I thought this was why we liked these types of games.
That's what I started with, saying the feelings in your tum-tum.
Yeah, but it's Wednesday. It's kind of early.
I know. I know. That's
I
how big
never
of a
got-
game it is, John.
I
I was like,
never-
oh my gosh, this game is huge.
Oh man,
I was listening to Happer and Mitch this morning,
It's a big game.
and I was like, wow.
I
this
didn't get
is
these
huge.
feelings in the tum-tum before those great Oklahoma games.
What?
That didn't happen till
What?
That didn't happen till the day of.
You didn't get them on Wednesday?
No.
What? You don't have big game vibes on Wednesdays?
Well, no, you're talking about the feeling in the tum-tum where you're like, oh god, I'm drunk. It's
No,
like that
It's
anxious.
just a big game. It's big game feelings.
no,
You
it's
don't-
not.
oh,
Anxious.
well-
It's like jacked.
See,
Yeah,
we're
it's like,
thinking-
oh my
we're
gosh.
We're thinking
No,
of different
no.
things.
Yeah, I wasn't saying like this morning I'm like, oh no, they're going to lose. It was more like, wow, this is a huge game. And I got excited and nervous at the same time.
Oh no, I never got nervous until the day of the game.
Wow, that's interesting.
Well, because you knew they weren't playing. You knew you couldn't be hurt that day.
Yeah.
But when you woke up that Saturday
you're
morning,
always too rational,
you-
apparently.
No, it wasn't about being rational. It was just you knew you couldn't be hurt that day.
Hmm.
But then the day you woke up and it was game day, it was like, oh man.
Well, I'm definitely different.
8 hours from now, I could be hurt.
I feel that way all the
6
time.
hours from now, I could be hurt.
Feel that way.
Or
all
I
the
could be
time.
really happy.
Monday of a playoff week. I feel like garbage.
Just approach it minute to minute. You
Wow.
know,
You should be a
I never
coach.
think about what could happen if they lose or if they. I just think like I'm excited for this in the moment. That's what the big game tum tum feelings are to me.
Mike writes,
Interesting.
if
I
you
never,
go to
I never think about the what's on the line
Really?
if they lose. It just happens. I just get sad. Like the Royals, I go into every single game. I'm excited. They might make the playoffs this year. This is great. They lose, I'm sad. Vinny Pasquantino breaks his thumb, I'm sad.
You're sad.
And then I just
Baseball's
approach the
canceled
feelings
for
that way.
Happer.
Yeah.
It's football season now.
Yeah.
Mike says, if you go to the game and you can still talk afterwards, you did not do your part. Speaking to the people.
I will be going to the game.
You'll be able to
I
talk.
will be able to speak.
You won't be
afterwards.
cheering.
I have to host Big Red Overreaction with my dear friend John Bishop.
Scotty writes, suck it, John.
Exactly.
Why am-
Scotty.
What did I do?
I don't know. You triggered people.
Creighton fan.
Jaybird. Creighton pilled. Announcer pilled. You've
And
become
the
rational
Job of
pilled.
the Hut.
Job of the Hut. Job of the Hut looking ass. That's what T said. I didn't say that.
Man, I can't wait till next week when I pump up the Panthers game as the biggest
See, but that's
game
see
of
no,
all
no
time.
th- now you sound like an idiot. This is an actual big game. Next week is not.
It's a small game.
It's a tiny game.
It's a big game if they lose.
Oh, that would be the biggest.
That would be a
Who's
big
doing that overreaction?
Me.
good question.
Oh, good luck if they lose.
Go Panthers.
That'll be an easy show, John. It'll
Go
be cake.
Panthers.
It'll be 3-0. Cake show. 3-0 show.
Or 2-1.
3-0.
Or 2-1.
Or 1-2.
3-0. Then when you and I get ready for the Friday night overreaction, 4-0 show.
Who
Why
gets
aren't
the
we
4-0?
entertaining a world where they lose to Colorado and you and I?
We're not. John and I are doing the Illinois.
Who gets the 5-0 show?
That's the Purdue one. That's Gary and John Schreiner
Yeah.
from the thing.
Mhm.
Who gets the 6-0? Well,
I think that might be me.
Rutgers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be me.
It might not be 6-0.
All right, we got to go.
That's where we end it.
We got to go, folks, and talk about this mildly important game.
Wow.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh my goodness.
What, John?
It's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday.
Dumb debates.
Great reminder, Nick.
It is Dumb Debates.
Mitch Holthus.
Mitch. Oh my gosh.
Mitch Holthus.
The season is here.
It is.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
And Mike Schaefer also Mike Schaefer.
Yeah, and
And Gary Barnett.
And Gary Barnett.
you booked
Why-
him too, Nick.
I did.
Why are we getting Gary Barnett? I mean, it's not that big a game, is it?
This was your idea, John. You were the one who's like, I
I
want to talk
did.
to that guy.
I did.
And I'm the one that booked him. They said it couldn't be done. They said, Nick, you're a little pea baby and you're not going to be able to book him.
Who
Did I-
said
Did I
that?
say that?
I'm surprised that you got him. I didn't think that you'd get him.
Oh, it was super chill. I
I
sent him a
look forward
text.
to
He's
it.
like, yeah. I'm like, okay, cool, thanks.
I look forward to it.
Tight.
Thanks, coach.
Good job, Nick.
If someone's no longer a coach, do you still call them coach?
I do.
It feels like, because
My dad was a coach a long time ago, and he had an assistant coach who coached the offensive line and the defensive line on his teams.
Mhm.
I think they coached together for 5 or 6 years. Whenever he sees that coach, he still calls my dad coach. He says, Coach Peterson, good to see you.
it's such a cool title, you know?
If
You make coach, you should just be coach forever.
My dad, Nick, hasn't been a pastor for 19 years now. Wow, 19 years. People still call him Pastor Tim.
Are you going to call him Coach Veep if he gets elected?
I'm talking about my dad.
No. I'm just saying, does it carry over if you're an elected official? You call him Coach?
I'll
Will
call
it
him,
be- will
I'll
it be
call him
Coach.
coach.
Coach Veep Walls?
Yeah.
Veep coach.
He's just going to have like Daenerys Targaryen type of titles.
Titles.
A lot of
Just a bunch
titles.
titles.
A lot of titles.
Hmm.
Yeah. I called my dad still.
Do you call him Coach Dad?
No, I call him.
Well,
I
he's
guess
your
he was
dad.
my coach for a little bit.
Coach Pastor Dad?
I call him Dad. I just say, "What up, Dad?" I saw him last night. I said, "Hey, good to see you, Dad," and we hugged. It was great. It was great. You know, it was not great last night, John. Nebraska volleyball leading the Grumdown.
The volleyball
Yikes.
loses to ACC powerhouse.
Unreal.
See, I'm trying to spin this as positively as I can. They lost to an ACC powerhouse
Unreal. Not great.
last night. The quarterback showdown. I want to look at this today. Dynamo Dillon versus Slingin' Shador.
Oh, wow.
Nice nicknames.
That thumbnail I did was relevant.
Nicknames.
I didn't know what we were talking about that today. I just put Dylan and Shador on a thumbnail.
Well, they are kind of the stars of this game.
They are, yeah.
They are.
I do have a question regarding that we'll get into later with that as well.
Okay.
Mike Schaefer will join us from Husker247.com.
Sweet.
The aforementioned Gary Barnett, former coach of the Colorado Buffaloes.
Nice
now
get, Nick.
analyst
you.
for the Colorado Radio Network.
Again, we doubted you, and you look at what you did. Good job.
I'm very good at my job.
We're proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to asking Mitch Holthus. Mitch, the Chiefs lose to the Ravens. How much of that faith in Andy Reid's going to be chipped away?
See, now you're being a real big idiot right now. Real big idiot.
Remember when they lost to the Lions in the
They
opening game
did
last
lose
season?
to the
And then they won the
Lions.
Super Bowl because it
And they
didn't matter.
still won the Super Bowl.
I think,
They
here's
were
a take
9-6
for
in the
tomorrow.
summer.
Chiefs fans, listen up. I think they're going to win by 10 points or more. Kansas City is. I think they're going to be just fine tomorrow. Just fine.
He's also saying that your team will not win the division and the Chargers will.
Go Chargers.
There's no
Nick,
way in hell the Chargers are going to win
Do you have
the
the
division.
drop yet? Go Chargers, go.
No.
Can you upload it by tomorrow when we do our NFL picks?
I'm not going to humor the sickness you
Go
have.
Chargers.
It
I'm
is a
not going to
sickness.
humor it.
They have
It is
one
a
of the best
sickness.
coaches in the NFL, Nick.
Okay, they're still not going to win the division in his first year.
Okay.
That's
People
not
said
going to
that
happen.
about the 49ers.
You know what? Put it on the list.
Okay.
The Chargers won't win the division.
Now that's
Wow,
a
is that
stupid
wor-
list item.
Yes, it is, because it's like saying, oh, put it on the list. Concrete is not hard.
Right. It shouldn't be on the list, but Josh seems to think it will be. So
putting
I
it
need
on
to
the
put it
list.
on there, so he reads it. In
Go
December, and he's like,
Chargers.
I was an idiot.
We're going to get fired up for football.
Oh,
Today-
hell yeah.
Today we have a full week, a full weekend,
Glorious.
full
Play
weekend.
that wrestling song. Yeah. Glorious.
Glorious.
Dumb debates.
Wow. During the football season, there's some people who get triggered by us doing dumb
Oh,
debates.
let us take a break from sports
They're
for
like,
2 seconds.
Man, I turned in and they were talking about
We still do movie club.
than boogers.
We
Save
still
that
do
question
movie
for
club.
later. Yeah, exactly. People don't like that either on Fridays.
Josh and the Philadelphia Eagles shaking hands.
Ah, you're
me?
besties now.
What?
Josh and Nick Sirianni sitting in a tree.
No. I'll be like, you look tired, bro.
And happy Bo Pelini Day.
Oh, he's calling him Bo Pelini again.
9-4. Oh man, good to be on this day again. Good to be on this day again. And don't forget, Nick put this in the calendar on April 8th. We'll have Happy Scott Frost Day.
I thought Scott Frost Day was
And then
September 11th.
And then on May 7th, we'll have Happy Scott Frost Day. And then on March the 6th, we'll have Scott Frost Day. And then let's see, they were 1
Then
and
on
2.
February-
January 2nd, we'll
on-
have the final Scott Frost Day, which was also 9/11.
February 10th, it'll be Matt Rule Day because,
Oh, no.
because losing to Colorado made the whole season explode.
Oh no, that would be a bummer.
Yeah, no, that would
But that means that you and
Okay, would you shut up, Nick?
no,
No,
not
that'd be their other
necessarily.
win. It'd be their other win.
I. Or would it?
Yes, it'd be their other win. Be their other win.
I'm glad we got people fired up today.
Yeah, me too.
That's good. That's a good thing.
It's football season, man. This is great. This is what you live for. You live for weeks like this. John doesn't have big game feelings anymore. I got them for the fans, though. I got those big game feelings with everybody. And I won't even
Well,
be
I
here. I'll be in Minneapolis.
I only get those for like the Rams and the Cubs.
I
when
get
it's a
them
big game.
when we're covering a team that has a big game. I barely kind of do this. I've been on the air for 10 damn years and they always suck. This is great. I'm pumped to go into a game that feels like it matters for once. Every other game, it's like, oh, well, they could win.
Where are you going to be for that big game?
Minneapolis, baby.
Oh, nothing screams. This is a big game. Like I'm going to be in Minneapolis.
Dude, I found out that the radio station I'm doing the show from on Friday is like a 2-minute walk from my hotel. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff.
And
We'll have an access connection, so it'll be great for Nick.
and
I'll be on StreamYard.
and
I don't know. There's a football game that night in Brazil. Don't go out, apparently.
there's a Jersey Mike's in between.
Oh, Jersey Mike's. Yeah, somebody recommended some food to me up there. I got to go check it out, see how far away.
That's the home of the Juicy Lucy.
It is. I've had that place before. Matt's.
Oh.
Matt's Bar and Grill.
Okay.
I've had homemade Juicy Lucy's.
Derry says, John likes football again? Maybe. We'll find out and fired up for football.
Yeah, because again, I like to make people earn their grades, while Josh is just like participation trophy.
I love football.
I do too, but I grade it based on other football. I don't grade it based on football versus no football.
Well, you should, though.
No, but you don't. That defeats
7
the
months out of the
purpose.
year, we don't have it, and then we
That's
get it back.
That's like saying
So
if you
great.
get one question out of 50 right on an algebra test, and the teacher says, well, you get an A because this was an algebra test, but in the summer you didn't take an algebra test.
That'd be an interesting curve.
Yes,
to
and
grade
that's
things
how
on.
you grade.
That would be quite the curve.
Yes, that's
Quite
how
the-
you grade.
Quite the curve.
I'm trying to help you through your problem.
Okay.
402-951-1620. 42 Degrees the Source hotline. Buy your mother's house.
Buy your mother's house.
Not buy, B-U-Y, your mother's house.
No.
But buy as
Or
in
not
next door.
B-Y-E.
Maybe they should
It's
change
idle
that.
week, not
Next
bye week.
door to your mom's house.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, if your mother's not using her house, I guess you could buy it. People like
Point.
childhood homes.
They do. They do. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed is at USC1620. You can send in your dumb debates and use the hashtag dumb debates. Please, pretty please, with sugar on it.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
And the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personal and answer the phone on the first ring.
Nick, shout out to listener Dave. He just sent us a link to Arnold Schwarzenegger saying, "Go Chargers, go!"
Okay.
Wow, you are unreal.
You're delusional.
Why am I delusional?
I just want to help you feel.
You disrespect
better.
the Chiefs every year, and now
Yeah.
I'm disrespecting them, and you're like, I don't like that kind of disrespect.
But the problem is you're over respecting Jim Harbaugh.
I'm not over respecting him. Go look at his years in coaching, not counting the COVID year. Go look at it. You'll be like, wow, this guy's awesome. He went to San Diego and was good. The college team.
He's never won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, go look at Stanford before Harbaugh and then look
lost to his brother.
Oh, wow. He only got to the last game of the season and didn't win. Can you believe he was that bad of a coach? He got to the final game and lost.
He has not won a championship in which was not at least partially tainted by this scandal.
When he got to the
Interesting.
Super Bowl, was that his first year at San Francisco?
It was his second.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, his first year. Yeah. First year he got to the NFC Championship. He went NFC title, Super Bowl, NFC title, then his last year. He's a great coach.
And then he quit.
Yeah, he lost a battle of wills with Trent Baalke. How'd that work out for the 49ers? Well, now
They seem to be doing fine.
they're fine
right
now. It took a while, though. Remember, they had that 1-15 year with Chip Kelly.
Well, that's because Chip Kelly sucked.
Yeah, and now he's the coach of your favorite college football team. He's the OC of your favorite college football team, the Ohio State Buckeyes.
He's at Liberty now?
Oh, John.
What a goofball. John's a goofball.
I'm not a goofball. Just trying to have fun. Just having fun.
We have fun.
Some would say that being and having fun is like a goofball. I wonder what Mike Schaefer thinks about all of your opinions.
Listen, I expect to be in the minority on this, but I think I'm also correct.
Well,
that it is bigger for the fans than it is for the program, which doesn't mean it's not big also for the program. It's just bigger for the fans. It will have a greater detrimental effect on the fans should they lose than it will on the program.
it'd be bad.
What if
bad.
Colorado went like 11-1?
I mean, it'd still be a bummer, but at least you'd be like, oh, they lost to a good team. If Colorado made the playoff, I'd say, wow, they lost to a good team.
Yeah.
I have a theory that Colorado is just bizarro Nebraska.
In what way?
Well, their recruiting is different, but they're making slow progress. And I think they're going to have a better record this year than they had last year.
Okay.
And
A lot of people
I think
agree
it's
with
just
that.
bizarro Nebraska. Different cultures completely, but similar results.
Steve says, I'm starting to think Josh didn't just have a naked Jim Harbaugh t-shirt. He got it tattooed on his chest as well. I can confirm no
we don't allow
Harbaugh.
Josh to take his shirt off in the studio.
No Harbaugh tattoos. Hey, it's Connor Happer again of the Connor Happer Show. Oh, he forgot his water. Got to stay hydrated. Bye, Happer.
Bye, Happer.
When we come back, we'll hear from Schaefer.
Let's do it.
We'll talk some ball.
Let's do it.
It's a mildly important game this weekend. And which is why we're going to Lincoln to do a pregame show and a live postgame show.
I work with him every day. This is what he does every day.
What? Promote the fact that we've got a great
Happer.
pregame and postgame show?
Thank you. Are we doing any pregame shows for any other games this entire year?
Nope.
Almost like it's a huge game this weekend. It's almost like it matters to everybody except for you, apparently.
Once again, extremist Josh is back.
We are doing...
Didn't say it didn't mean anything. It just doesn't mean as much as you think it does.
Wow. As much as everybody thinks it does. John, if 99.9% of the world says something, I think that they are right, and you might
So
be
if
the one.
99.9% of the world said it's right to jump off the Empire
They wouldn't
State
do
Building,
that, though. See, it's a fallacy. They wouldn't do that. They just say
Are
it's a
you
big
sure?
game.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, you won't
I
be
won't-
around to find out because it'll be Connor and I hosting Big Red Overreaction on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook.
FanDuel!
You know, John, you could go bet on this game, this Colorado-Nebraska game. We don't shut up about it. We keep talking about it every day.
Why do we keep talking about it?
Because it's a huge game,
It's
Nebraska.
a mildly important game, yes.
7.5-point favorites are the Skurs right now, John. And if you go to FanDuel.com/1620 and you put down a $5 bet, you can get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV, which means you can watch all those Sunday afternoon out-of-market games. Again, FanDuel.com/1620.
Yes, that's right. You can watch. If you're a Bears fan, you're probably frustrated this weekend because the Bears will not be shown here locally. But if you go ahead and make that $5 bet and get that 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket, you can watch the Bears this weekend, next weekend, and the weekend after that, because every out-of-market regular season Sunday afternoon game is shown on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. So right now, go to FanDuel.com/1620 and find out more about this awesome offer. That's FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus in present in Iowa. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Hello, I'm Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. If you've ever wanted to have your cake and eat it too, there's good news. You can have that every day at Equitable Bank. You get state-of-the-art mobile banking as well as online banking. And if you ever forget your password, don't worry. You can give us a call at 402-827-8100 and we'll answer it on the first ring to help. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Damon Benning breaks down the UTEP game and previews Colorado. Thursday at Holy Ghost Church, celebrating 50 years of Husker Nights. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Jones Barrel Company and Parking Area Maintenance.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. It's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer. Of 24/7 Sports, Husker247.com. Hello, Schaefer.
How we doing?
Great, man. How are you?
I am doing well. I'm doing well. It is the second week of the college football season. It is the first week of the NFL season.
Oh,
The Cleveland Guardians continue to push the Royals further back in the standings.
oh.
America cannot wait to get behind its team, the Detroit Lions, and root them to yet another unfulfilling finish in an NFL season.
I'm just glad I got Schaefer on my side this week. We're shaking hands this week.
About the Lions?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because the Rams are playing them on Sunday Night Football.
That's right.
Wow. Shafe, do you have NFL picks? Do you have who's making the Super Bowl? Who's winning the Super Bowl this year?
I don't really have any NFL picks yet. I mean, for as excited as I am about the season, I haven't really done a lot of looking at rosters and thinking about it in the big picture sense. I'm more or less just gonna watch the games on Sunday and go from there. But just to stay consistent, give me the Bills to win the Super Bowl.
Yes,
and let's have the Bills play
the Lions.
No. We'll have the Bills over John Bishop's Rams. I like the Rams a lot this year, actually. Weirdly
Even
enough.
with that bad defense? No offense.
I don't
Any bad defense. They're going to be okay. They're not going to be great. They're going to be okay.
Okay.
The offense will be far better.
Yes. Yeah. Offense.
I mean, it's the NFC. So basically, even a team as bad as the Lions could win it.
Got him.
Got him. I like how you get those in. It's the only person I've heard from. I mean, in all these years I've been doing talk radio in this state, I have never heard anyone disparage the Lions outside of making fun of them, when they went 0-16.
When they were sad sack, yeah.
Right. But now that they're actually good, there's actually one person out there. It's like
Mike Schaefer.
It's like me in 2002 with the Patriots. I was the only person saying, God, I hate these guys. They're the worst people
Everyone
in the
was
world.
like,
They're the Patriots.
What a great city.
9/11 happened to the
Remember
Patriots.
9/11?
How great it was. And I ended up being, many years later.
People were like, wow, you were right.
So someday Mike Schaefer will be pulling the horn on that hating the Lions train when they've won their 5th Super Bowl.
A couple things here, but I can't let this go. So people were equating 9/11 with the Patriots because of their name, I'm guessing.
Yes.
And
Bono in the halftime show.
I will never forget. Don't ask me why this triggers me
9/11?
so. It just does. When they went around the table at the end of the pregame show and Terry Bradshaw picked the Patriots, said, what would be more important than the Patriots winning the Super Bowl after 9/11? And I almost threw whatever I was eating at the television screen. And then that game happened, and
oh man,
that made me very mad.
Understandably.
Now I'm mostly wondering what it was that you were eating during the Super Bowl in which your team is playing. I don't even know how you'd be able to eat food on a day such as that. I won't have to worry about it because my team just can't get past the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
Much
I
like
won't
the
have to worry
Lions.
about it. My team
But-
can't get past the NFC divisional round.
Just a lot of success over here.
There's a lot
I
of
guess
Yeah.
John's seen a couple Super Bowls for both of us
I
in the
have-
last
no,
20
no.
years.
He's seen 2 wins and 2 losses.
The last one they won against Cincinnati.
Yeah, what'd you eat?
I made pork butt, and I was hoping it would be done like an hour before the game.
Oh no.
And it was done. I was trying to. I mean, the national anthem's playing, and everyone's like,
And
I am trying to choke this thing down because I know as soon as the game starts, ain't nothing going in.
Do you remember what it was for Super Bowl 36? Do you remember what you were eating? What you almost
The
threw
white-
at Terry Bradshaw's face?
It was probably like chili.
And
Wife
and then
made
I do want to clarify also.
Yeah.
My dislike isn't so much the Lions themselves. It was this idiotic idea that you had to feel good for them and you had to root for them. That is what I disliked. I don't particularly care for the team either because they're dirty. But
Oh.
I don't.
And you think Dan
you know,
Campbell's overrated,
whatever.
right? Are you still out on Dan Campbell?
I find it hilarious that he's just like the darling of certain types of media members, and you apparently.
Because he's a good
because
coach.
of-
What are we talking about? It's the Lions. He took him to the NFC title
It's
game.
the Lions! Oh my God, the Lions! They made the NFC Championship game. They've been a program since, a franchise since what? The 30s, the 20s.
They've been around for a while.
Since the 60s, they made the championship game. Congratulations! You're one step away from making the Super Bowl. Maybe you'll get there this year because the NFC is bad. It's possible.
You know what's amazing?
I
Is
love
we
Schaefer.
spent-
I love NFL Schaefer.
We spent like 40 minutes in the crossover with Josh and Connor shouting at me because I was not hyping up the game on Saturday as much as they were.
As much as everybody
yet
is.
We have
Everybody.
Mike Schaefer on right now, and we've spent almost 10 minutes talking about the Detroit Lions and not this epic world-ending football game.
Because we
Well,
like
I've got a hype cast coming out tomorrow that'll get people fired up for that football game. So I'm not worried about doing my
Which
job.
one, the Lions
to get
game or
them
the
excited. To be honest with you. There will be no hype cast for the Lions.
Okay. So beyond Dylan's performance, what stood out to you Saturday that was better than you expected?
Well, I mean, the punt return game was better than anyone had any reasonable right to expect, but I feel like that's just
Good
picking
take.
the lowest branch on the tree, so we'll just leave that one alone. I honestly thought one of the most impressive things, and we've joked about this on Husker 24/7. I'm sure it's been joked about everywhere. You have to acknowledge that they played UTEP. So therefore, whatever comes after that is inconsequential because they played UTEP. And so you can't really weigh it against anything that matters. And acknowledging that they played UTEP, the fact that after they gave up that touchdown, I think they did not allow another drive that featured 3 first downs. I don't think they gave up more than 28 yards after that. I don't think they faced more than 8 or 9 offensive plays in any consecutive drive or in any drive. Like the way the defense responded after their one bad drive of that game, I thought was really impressive. I mean, again, acknowledging that it is UTEP and Nebraska should be better than UTEP. I like that they came and shut things down. I like that when the backups were playing, they shut things down. I like when the third stringers and the fourth stringers were playing, they shut things down. I think this defense is going to be good. There was conversation throughout the offseason. How good are they? Because when they played Michigan, they gave up points. When they played Colorado, they gave up points. However, I think they have a lot of talent there. I think they're going to play well on Saturday too against a very good offense. And I think Tommy Hill is going to be one of the reasons why they play well. And he's got a very tough day ahead of him, but I think he's up for it.
Hey, Schaefer, you just mentioned with the defense, whether it was first or second or even third teamers, how they played. This now can go to the whole roster. Is there like a non-starter or two that you're like, man, it's going to be really difficult to keep that guy off of the field? And by the way, the inspiration for this question for me was Carter Nelson, who I don't think John and I have really mentioned over the last 24 hours or so. But that catch that he had, and I know he gained, 15 yards?
Against UTEP, you got to say that.
Against UTEP, it was against UTEP. Everyone who's listening, it was against UTEP. Dude, that catch he had, I was very impressed by that very minuscule catch against UTEP in a game that, it didn't really matter.
Okay, so this is starters and backups?
But mainly is there a backup?
I meant to say offense and defense, and for some reason I said starters and backups.
Yes.
So
yes.
Whatever.
Offense or defense. You can give me one for each side of the ball if you'd like.
Yeah, I think Carter Nelson's a good one. I'll stay at that same position. His better of the two plays that he had came back because of the penalty, but I'm excited about what Ja'Cory Barney could be just because of that athleticism. I think they can use him and utilize him in different ways. He's one of those guys that I'm looking forward to seeing more. I mean, that whole wide receiver position, it's such a cheat answer, but I'm excited about a lot of those guys. And then the reverse of that is another cheat answer. I think they have so many good defensive linemen in this program right now. I want to see more Riley Van Poppel, and I understand that comes at the expense of big ass Ty Robinson. But that's part of it. They have so many good defensive linemen or intriguing defensive linemen that I want to see more of those guys. So I think that's sort of where I'm at. They have depth in a way that we really haven't covered or talked about or have seen at this program in a while. And so I feel like there's a fair amount of people that you're intrigued to see that are second or third on the depth chart. And this past Saturday, and again, it was against UTEP. It was nice to see. I mean, it was nice to see them being able to get those guys in.
How much of the running game concerns that you may have had going into the game were alleviated by what you saw in the game?
It's a fair question because as someone who largely just did not feel good about Nebraska's running back situation, I thought they all looked fine. I mean, the way that they were utilized seemed to work out. It's one of those what ifs of Saturday. If Dante Dowdell doesn't fumble, does he just sort of run away with the day? Are we having a different conversation? Because instead of getting more carries for Gabe Ervin or Ramir Johnson or even Emmett Johnson, is Dante Dowdell, do they load him up because of how he started that game? So I liked what I saw from the running game. Again, you have to acknowledge that it's against UTEP. But honestly, is UTEP's run defense going to be that much worse than Colorado's? We'll find out on Saturday. The part of the Dante Dowdell fumble that's a bit of a bummer is, does that take some of the confidence that they have, because he felt like he would be a guy that would be really difficult for Colorado to defend if they just decided to load him up. And maybe Gabe Ervin can be that as well. Maybe Ramir Johnson and Emmett Johnson can be that as well. It's going to be a really interesting day for Nebraska's running game. It's going to be a really interesting day for Marcus Satterfield. Is he willing to stay committed to that? If they have a drive or two where they don't run the ball that well, do they go away from it? So there's a lot about the running game that feels like it is kind of critical when you think about how Nebraska could set everything up on Saturday.
Hey, you just mentioned something that I wanted to ask you about, and it's just Colorado. Last year versus this year, and again, there's one game sample size, so we don't really know a whole lot in the end, but where were they similar and where were they different compared to the 2023 iteration of the team? And I wonder what you think that means for Saturday.
Where is Colorado different?
Yeah.
I don't know that I can really give a good answer. They looked and played a lot like the 2023 team in that, when they had to have a play, Shedeur Sanders was able to shake off a defensive lineman or free himself up enough to get the ball down the field. It feels like there's still someone that isn't particularly good on either line. I think they have more pass rushing than maybe they showed against North Dakota State. And Nebraska's going to have to, their line's going to have to show up and play Saturday because of that. But they feel very similar to me. Like the parts of their game that I didn't really like are still the same. I think the defense is a little suspect. I think you can run on them. I think that you're going to be able to pass on them as well. And they want to make things more of a shootout and really get teams sped up. And Nebraska has to avoid that. And so, honestly, if Nebraska starts the game much like they did last year, except they don't turn the ball over or they don't have just inexplicable decision-making or things happen, I think they have a chance to have an entirely different outcome because of it. But I didn't look at Colorado that differently against North Dakota State than I did at the end of last year. I mean, they feel very much like a 6-win team is their ceiling. And so for as big as this game is, Nebraska has bigger games down its schedule. I really do believe that, but they have to take care of business on Saturday. It's such a huge opportunity to flip the conversation about your program.
Somebody was going to get left out with that deep receiver room. Are you surprised that someone may end up being Malachi Coleman this year?
Yes and no. A little bit surprised because I don't think he ever wanted to redshirt. So that tells me there had to have been some conversations there. Matt Rule kind of made it clear that it's not a health thing, that it's an opportunity to utilize Malachi in a different way, but also protect some eligibility later on. So I'm a little surprised by that, but yeah, it's a deep room and they didn't rotate. Michael Bruntz pointed this out on both podcasts we've had this week, but they didn't rotate as much at wide receiver as you would expect. I didn't see as much Jalen Lloyd as I was anticipating. And so if there isn't as much rotation there, and if guys like Ja'Cory Barney and Carter Nelson's path to playing time comes at Janiron Bonner, but for the most part they want Isaiah Nair and Jamal Banks out there because of their veteran play and their experience, and maybe that helps a guy like Dylan Raiola, that doesn't leave a lot of room for Malachi Coleman. So I think if Coleman is accepting of it, and that's sort of the thing we assume that's true, but we don't really know, that would be my only real hesitation. Otherwise, it makes sense. You're conserving a resource or saving some value down the line, and he's going to only get bigger and stronger and conceivably better as a wide receiver.
Schaefer, where does this weekend rank from a recruiting perspective amongst other big weekends that you've covered over the years?
The jury's still out a little bit because I don't have a complete full list, but what we do have, they're going to have a lot of talent in here. It's going to be an opportunity to really kind of showcase what they want to be as a program, how that stacks up. They've had some really big visit weekends. I was going back through just kind of mentally thinking about it. And one game that nobody ever wants to talk about, but was a huge visit weekend and had future Dallas Cowboys defensive end Micah Parsons at it. 2017, they had a ton of talent for that Nebraska-Ohio State game.
Yeah.
They got absolutely wrecked, and the stadium was empty by the third quarter.
Yep.
And so we don't ever really want to think about that. But, they've had monster weekends like that in the past. Even one of the big ones that doesn't get talked about a lot, but was huge at the time, the 2018 opener against Akron that never got played. They had a lot of recruits on campus for that game. I mean, there's a pretty, solid old photo of Bryce Benhart and Wandale Robinson and Brant Banks. And, you had a bunch of future Huskers that were on the sidelines that day. And so I think this one is going to rank fairly high, but I won't really be able to kind of assess that until probably even Saturday, because even if a guy says he's coming in, it's going to be what does it look like and how full is that sidelines. Plus these spring games Nebraska's had lately. I mean, they've had some monster weekends too, just in the spring.
You'll definitely want to make sure to visit Husker247.com as they will continue to update. In fact, Alan True just put up a story here a little bit ago about what it looks like it's setting up to be, but certainly Schaefer and company will be updating those things as time goes forward.
Awesome.
All right, Schaefer. Well, congrats, by the way. I mean, in 9 days, I mean, you've gained 5.5 games on the Royals. The panic that was set in is now gone.
No more panic.
And
well, I think Happer's pretty panicked.
No, I'm
he's
talking
having
from
a horrible
Cleveland.
time.
I'm talking about it from a Cleveland perspective. From a Cleveland perspective. Because similar to the Detroit Lions, many people will be rooting for the Cleveland Guardians.
No, they won't. They're going to root for the Baltimore Orioles.
I'm rooting
for root for the Royals.
Go Cleveland.
No, we are
Royals.
not rooting for the Royals.
I am.
Hell no.
Josh has to. It's part of his obligations that he signed into in August of 2023.
Oh, yeah, like how he has to root for the Eagles.
Definitely don't have to do that one.
I think he opted out of the Eagles and opted in on the Royals.
Yep. I swiped right on one and I swiped left on the other.
That's a bad trade.
Nah, they're going to stink this year too.
That's probably true.
Yeah. Fire Sirianni. Actually, don't. Keep him around, Philly.
Yeah, because you need another coach in that division to match wits with Mike McCarthy.
Is it possible the NFC East is going to be real bad?
Yes.
It's going to be a pretty bad
You mean
division.
like it usually is?
2 years ago, John, they had like the most wins in a regular season combined like in a long time for any division in the whole league.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what? Colorado won a division title once in the Pac-12, and that was a one-year thing.
Well.
Just basically compare the NFC East to Mike McIntyre.
Tough luck.
I did.
Tough luck.
I did.
You know who else has MM initials? Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy.
Mm.
Schaefer, good luck getting anything for that hype cast. I know you're going to have to really work hard to get people hyped, but I know you will do your best.
We will try. I suspect people will enjoy that one as always. Thank you, gentlemen, for having me on and indulging my Lions trolling yet again.
Oh, we look forward to it.
It's going to be a fun season, Schaefer.
It is. It's going to be a fun season.
Football is back. What a great weekend ahead of us.
It is indeed. Goodbye, Schaefer.
Mike Schaefer of Husker247.com.
Man, I put my hand on the chair and I pulled my finger up and there was crap all over it. What is going on over with
probably
this chair?
Grease. There's grease in those chairs.
Ugh.
Oh, and then he just smelled his fingers.
Josh, that could have been anything.
Gotta go wash my hands now.
Jeez. Get that thing away from me, you sicko. When we come back, got to update some K-Ford, man.
Oh, our friend.
Gary Barnett will join us.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Yeah.
And
former coach of the Buffs.
Fired up for football.
And fired up for
and
football.
Mitch Holthus. And dumb debates.
And dumb debates.
Wow, so many things.
So many things. It's a good thing there's not a game to preview this week. 1620 The Zone. Shocking result last night from Texas.
Not great.
Nebraska volleyball goes down to defeat at the hands of unranked SMU, and not only goes down, but swept.
Yeah.
The amazing thing was they had a shot. They were up, 20-15 in the first game, and then gave up a 6-0 run, and SMU ended up winning. John Cook, after the game, we got punched in the mouth, and we let them keep punching us. I'm pretty disappointed in how we responded. But to be honest, I saw this. This was all starting Saturday night. We talked about frustration, and we didn't fix it. We had a great practice last night, but we did not compete tonight. It was pretty disappointing. They're going to have to step up, Cook said. Part of it is we think we're Nebraska, and we're going to roll out here and smoke teams. This team played very inspired tonight. They played great.
Interesting. You wonder what it is exactly, that he's seeing behind the scenes that makes him feel that way, if it's almost predictable.
Well, they kind of played with their food a little bit on Saturday, which, sometimes that happens. Even the best teams have that. But as has been pointed out by many, you've had 4 of the top 6 rated programs this week already lose.
Yeah, so who was it this week that was like, once Texas lost to Minnesota, it was like, well, hey, Nebraska's going to be number 1 when
No.
I think it was Rob Anderson. It was Rob Anderson
Yeah.
tweet where it's like Creighton will be playing against the number 1 ranked Nebraska.
No, they will not. Texas and Nebraska both lost. Louisville, number 4 team, lost, and Wisconsin, the number 6 team, lost, but they lost to number 5 Stanford. So, but yeah, so just a weird week.
Sure.
Just a weird week. It's kind of a bummer though, because there was a real chance it would have been a top 10 matchup between Nebraska, because Creighton right now is 11th.
Mm-hmm.
And
you think they'll drop that far?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're not.
I mean, not if everyone else is losing
They're
too.
not going to drop out.
Yeah, they're not going to drop out.
Right. You're right. Yeah, this isn't Florida State football.
Correct.
But how cool would it have been if number 1 versus number 10 or number 9?
Mm-hmm.
It'll still be cool either way.
Number 9.
But yeah. I was very surprised. Very surprised. Time to do some updating here.
Okay.
From our good buddy, our new friend of the Grum, Kelly Ford, kfordratings.com. This is the updated team sheet on Nebraska. Many pretty colors and numbers.
Oh, yeah. So we're going to help figure out exactly what's going on.
Well, there are 2 games in which the projected win percentage jumped by 8 points this week in favor of Nebraska,
including
the UCLA game in week 10.
Sure, yes.
From
and
61 to 69%.
Nice.
And the Colorado game, thus lessening the importance of second, 59 to 67%. Interestingly, though, the win percentages dropped for Illinois and for USC and for Iowa by a couple of percent each. Illinois went from 71 to 68. USC went from 31 to 28, and Iowa went from 38 to 37.
Okay.
But everything else pretty much went up for Nebraska. The projected wins now have gone from 7.0 to 7.2. And comparing it to last week, the chance of getting to 8 wins.
Yeah, what's that number at now?
It is now at 24%. Last week, it was at 21.
Okay. We often will say this is a math problem. Mm-hmm. What I love about taking a look at this is it shows you the math of it all, if you will, and how it can change over the course of a season. Now, as you pointed out, their projected wins have gone from 7 to 7.2. Obviously, you cannot win 7.2 football games. You round that number down, it is still 7. But they have one of the ones locked up, and you pick up another one this week. 67% chance seems like a pretty good chance, right? Like you look at that and say, oh, they're definitely going to win that. You can't lose when you have a 67% chance of winning. You win that, though, and the math is going to just continue to improve a bit in their favor. One of the things that I am wanting to see, and I know we're just looking at K-Forge ratings here, but like SP Plus, I know that the offense, everything like improved. Special teams took a huge jump in the SP Plus numbers. Defense actually stayed the same. I think it was 6 and 6. But offense took a little bit of a jump as well. Going back to some of the things that we were talking about with Schaefer, like what surprised us, what did we learn, You asked about the run game in particular. Like, there are all these things that we do have to continue to caveat with, yeah, but it was UTEP. And not to say Colorado is a perfect program, because they're obviously not. And so there will still be a few more caveats to come out of this game, even if Nebraska wins fairly comfortably. But if the offense does continue to show that, like, last week wasn't fake, and at the very least that they can put up a lot of points on lesser teams, like they weren't able to do that last year. And so at the very least, that's something that you could count on moving forward when they're playing other teams that have poor defense.
Yeah, because right now the offense is still ranked by K-Ford 99. Now they were in the 100s. I didn't mark the number from last week.
Yeah.
But imagine, we get 5-6 weeks into the season when a lot of the numbers that were baked in from last year start to fade and the numbers from this year start to, populate formulas like this. That number is going to ratchet up rather quickly.
Yeah.
Assuming everything else even just stays consistent. The analytics are really going to like Nebraska here as we get later in the season. So it'll be fun to follow this. And again, if you want to look at all this stuff for yourself, just go to kfordratings.com. Real quick, power rankings. Nebraska moved into the top 30.
Nice.
Just one spot behind Florida State, who is on the quick fall from grace.
They are falling and falling fast. How about the Buckeyes falling down to 4 as well? We asked him about them last week, because a lot of people are like, they're the most talented team in the country. And he says, no. Georgia is the most talented team in the country. And so that's pretty interesting that he has the Buckeyes number 4. That was another one of the things that jumped out to me. And Oregon all the way down to 10.
Yeah.
After their poor performance.
Oregon took a little bit of a nosedive.
Yeah, they didn't.
In fact,
so
much so.
Oh, wow.
That
Third.
They are now projected to finish third by K-Ford behind Penn State. Penn State jumps Oregon from the top 2 spots.
Interesting.
Nebraska still sitting in the 8th spot right now, projected 4.6 Big Ten conference wins. Again, we'll update these as weeks go by.
Mm-hmm.
But coming up next, we're going to talk with the coach, Gary Barnett, former Buff coach, now analyst on the CU Radio Network. And we'll get his thoughts on Saturday's game coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. Football! There's a lot of it waiting for you right now on the Circus Sports Iowa app. From college to pro to Canadian, there's always something for you to play along with. Tomorrow, the Chiefs and the Ravens play each other. They have lines up for that game and every other game of the weekend. Tight money line splits means that you're getting some of the best lines out there compared to other sports books. And when you do win a lot, they won't punish you by limiting your account like some of the other guys like to do. You also still have some time, not a lot of time, to check out the contest that Circa has happening right now in Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. $16 million in prizes between both of those. No rake. Details at circasports.com. So what are you waiting for? Download the sportsbook that lets you bet like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa. Download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Earlier in the Grum, this is the corrections part of the program.
Yeah.
Josh said something, trying to make the point that this is like the biggest game since Super Bowl III, whatever.
It's a big game. It's a
was.
very big game.
That, are we doing any other pregame shows for any other games this year on the Zone?
I was reminded we are doing a pregame show.
We are doing the Illinois game.
To be fair, that's our show that day.
But that's still a pregame show. That game, Josh, is so important. They're moving high school games away.
They are.
It's half show, half pregame. Pre-Grum is what we can call it.
Sounds good to me.
That sounds great. But it is. This Saturday, we will be at Memorial Stadium at the Blur Parties tailgate.
Mm-hmm.
Connor and I will be there for 1620, the pregame ahead of Nebraska and Colorado. And we are very happy to be joined by the man who used to patrol the sidelines for CU and was responsible for a handful of losses, including a very important one in
very
2001.
famous one. Uh-huh.
But he is now the radio analyst for the Colorado Buffalo Radio Network. Gary Barnett joins us. Coach, thanks for coming on the program.
Well, I appreciate it. That was a long time ago, guys. So I can barely remember it. Not.
Oh, believe me, there are people around here that still remember it.
And they'll never forget it.
So you could say you've left an indelible mark on some folks.
Well, it wasn't me. I was just one person in that mix. So, but you know what? We've all appreciated and respected the rivalry with Nebraska so much, and I know it was started out of respect, and it's still there. It's just it just gets to be college football, and you want to get all revved up for it. But there's a great deal of respect for Nebraska football, I know, here, at least in my house.
Coach, along those lines, I wonder when a week like this arrives where it seems like so much is on the line. Back when you were coaching, often it was for the Big 12 North, but certainly there is that animosity and you want to beat the other side. How do you control the emotions? And I guess for you as a coach, was that something that you were trying to focus on every day in the lead up with your players, just so things, I don't know, so they wouldn't lose control when that game finally kicked off?
Well, that, I think I've always been able to control that piece for myself. And you've got to stay on the same level all the time. And it's part of coaching is trying to train or teach your players that, the highs and the lows, they just don't do you any good. You've got to maintain the same level all the time. And so that was the challenge, because they would get geeked up for these games, but not as much as the fans, though. I think the fans get more geeked up than the players do. The players have a job to do, and they know that. And they've been preached to over and over about, don't let your emotions get in the way here. You've got to take care of what you can take care of. And all the coach speak that happens. But the fans, they're over the top, I tell you, all the time.
Yes, they are. Coach Gary Barnett joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. There was one interception in last week's game, but it was a fluky tip in the end zone. Last year, Shedeur only threw 3 interceptions in 430 attempts. For a guy who was chased and is sacked as much as he was and felt the pressure, is that one of the more amazing things, that Shedeur is so good at taking care of the football?
It really is. And he got sacked 56 times. And, that's amazing. And to only throw 3 picks. And the one he threw last week was one of the most bizarre plays. You know what it reminded me of was the play at, was it Missouri when Nebraska kicked the ball?
The Matt Davidson catch. Yes. That's a great point.
Yeah. I remember that, because what happened is the Nebraska player sort of tripped and fell into our player, who went down. And as he was going down, the Nebraska player's foot goes up in the way of the ball, and it tips the ball. I mean, I was trying to describe it, but I had to watch it on film to see it 3 or 4 times. But yeah, it was really bizarre. And everybody just sort of looked at themselves and said, how did that happen? But yeah, I mean, the kid's taking care of the ball terrifically. I mean, he's a great player. He really is. And he's really a good kid, but he's also knows how good he is. And he's very confident, and he thinks he can make a play on every doggone play that's called. So he's confident, and he usually does get it done.
Speaking of players that usually get it done, Travis Hunter, being so involved in the sport over the years, does it astound you as much as it astounds so many of us that he is able to play not just both sides of the ball and special teams, but to do so at such a high level, given the little amount of rest he actually has during a game?
Yeah, I have said over and over to a number of people who don't believe this, but he's the best football player I've seen, ball skill wise, at skill player that I've ever seen. And that's, I'm an old dude, so that's 60 years of football or 65 years of football. He's amazing, and he's that way in practice. He's that way with every ball that's thrown. It's his. And he had 2 interceptions in man coverage last year that he intercepted off of somebody else's man. And so he's just got unbelievable instincts. He's a quiet kid on the field. Generally, he's a quiet kid off the field for the most part. But he's just one of those guys that has great instincts and great skills. And he must have great vision as well. The catch he made in the end zone last week was really a one-handed catch.
Sick.
With a guy hanging on him, and I don't know how he did it, but he did it. And he just continues to impress like that.
Gary Barnett, former coach of the Buffs, now CU radio analyst, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Hunter gets a lot of the headlines, but you look back at the numbers last year and you look at the numbers from last week. Jimmy Horn had more catches, more touchdowns than Hunter a season ago, nearly had a 200-yard game last week. What do you like most about Jimmy Horn's game?
Well, he's got great speed. He's got speed. You can't. You really. He's a blur. And once he gets the ball, he's one of those guys that's as quick sideways and backwards as he is forward. So he's not very big, but they get him the ball, and I'm telling you, he just turns on a blast and he's gone. But he's a go-to guy too. Shadur's very comfortable. We really are fortunate to have a bunch of receivers that can play, and we've got depth that we haven't had before.
Looking at the other side of the ball, the run defense last year, 240 yards per game, around there, allowed on the ground. On Thursday versus NDSU, they only got 157. I wonder what you have seen in terms of improvement from that part of their game, and how you think they defend Nebraska's run game on Saturday.
Well, they've improved mostly in personnel. They have recruited, or if that's what you do when you give money, I guess that's recruiting. But they've really got some guys on the edge that can rush the passer down. They've got some guys inside that can play the run. We had struggled in that last year, and we've got pretty decent skill in the secondary as well. But they knew they had to improve the run. We've got to improve both sides of the ball in the offensive and defensive lines. And, that's a work in progress because they're all playing together for the first time. And especially the offensive line, that's a struggle. But they are better. I think that they have a nice scheme. The new coordinator from the Bengals is Robert Livingston's doing a nice job with them. And he's a young guy, and they really relate to him. So, we're better there than we were. We still gave up 157 yards last week, too, but that was a really good team we played.
Gary Barnett joining us on the 42 Degrees the Source hotline. I'm curious, Coach, kind of putting back that coaching hat on, if you were getting ready for a game like this and you were looking across and you saw that Nebraska's starting a true freshman in only his second game, as talented as he is there kind of the idea that you make him beat you because it is only his second game? I'm curious how you might approach Dylan Raiola this week if you were making the game plan.
Well, I think the general rule is that you blitz a rookie and you defend a veteran. But, Nebraska pretty much had their way last week. I mean, he had no pressure on him. I don't know if he ever had to sidestep to make a throw. It was, as I watched that game, it looked like he was playing 7-on-7. He's got a terrific arm. He's got great vision. You can see that. But he did not ever get pushed. He never had a grind that he had to go through to get the ball thrown or to get out of a bad situation. So, I would think conventional wisdom would say you want to make him as uncomfortable as you can in the pocket, and whatever that looks like. Would I do that? I don't know. I probably would. I'd probably find a way to put heat on him to some extent.
Coach, you're close to the program. You've been close to the program for a long time. I'm curious because you probably hear a lot of the noise that comes from outside of Boulder. What's the biggest misconception folks outside of Boulder have about Coach Prime and this program?
Well, I think Deion is different than anybody else, and when he played, he played like he is right now. He's very confident, and but at the same time, he's pretty humble. He's more humble than you think. He does not appear to be humble, but he's a pretty humble guy, and he is coaching those corners during practice, and he's involved with them. I think he's just got a different way of doing it, and it's new. And it's not like we've had before. And I think it's very easy to sit in judgment that what he's doing is the wrong way and what we've been doing for years is the right way. And, I sort of used this today with someone I was talking to. He says, we go back and you look at COVID and we learn that, you could do a lot of things differently. You can work from home. You don't have to be in the office. You don't have to do some stuff. And I think Deion's sort of that way. I mean, I think he's just got a different approach, and it might work. I don't know. I'm watching it, and I'm trying to look at it and say, I did a lot of things for a lot of years, but maybe there's a new and better way to do some of the things that we did. And so I'm learning as we go, and I observe what he does, and he'll be judged by how many games he wins, and whether his kids get in trouble or don't get in trouble, but that's how we'll be judged, and we'll have to wait and see because it's a work in progress right now.
Gary Barnett, former coach of the Colorado Buffaloes, now he will be on the radio call for CU on Saturday night. Coach, I'm guessing you probably feel the same way as I do and a lot of other folks that are listening. I'm going to be sad that this little mini 4-game series is going away, and we don't know when the next time these programs will play. Maybe it'll probably have to be a postseason game at the way things are going these days.
Well, I totally agree with you, and the entire state of Colorado feels that way. If there was just some way we could keep it going, we'd love to. Everybody, everybody in this state, and I know everybody in Nebraska appreciates it. It's been fun. It's been great. Kids have grown up watching us. Used to watch us every Friday after Thanksgiving. It was just one of those things that everybody did. So I hate to see it go as well, and maybe powers to be will find a way to reignite it for some reason.
Coach, have a safe trip to Lincoln, and we'll look forward to seeing your team on Saturday.
All right, guys. Great being with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Coach Gary Barnett on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline.
I am always interested when we talk to analysts. We do it the majority of the time in the lead up to the season in 25 teams. And we'll talk to some who I think, I would say most lean positive, if not being outright homers, right? To degrees where it's like, wow, they're like Lou Holtz talking about it like Notre Dame, right? That was interesting because that was not that. Even the stuff at the end when you asked about Deion, you called him Coach Prime, he called him Deion. That was something that I noticed. I don't know, maybe I'm reading between the lines too much, but I just wonder if him as an old guard kind of guy,
he's old school,
if he views what's happening right now as something that can have success. If he thinks that they are going to be long for this world. Because as much as, we work with a Colorado fan, he is someone who is all in, everything is great. I have had conversations with people who are very close to that program who do not feel that way. And so I was just kind of wondering how he would approach things. He's obviously very impressed by Travis Hunter, and he should be.
Yeah.
But even his answer to my question about their run defense, it's not like he thought that they were awesome. How they still, what did he say? They still gave up whatever amount of yards. So interesting stuff.
Final results of yesterday's poll question. What's your early prognosis on this game? 54% say nail biter. 32% say it's an easy Nebraska win. 14% say the unthinkable.
Well, along those lines, Steve emails in. He says, hi, Josh. I think Vegas got the lines mixed up between Colorado, Nebraska, and the Iowa State-Iowa game. I would have
What
thought
is the line on the Iowa State?
I would have thought Nebraska would be minus 2.5 and Iowa would be minus 7.5. CUNU game scares me. I can't get over how so many Nebraska fans and some media are pounding their chest so hard after a blowout win over UTEP. Granted, Nebraska played good, clean football. It was nice to see it for once. They needed to be rewarded and praised for a solid performance. But UTEP will be lucky to win 3 games this year. They are not good at all. Nebraska should win this game, but when the teams hit the field, Colorado probably has the 4 best players, definitely the top 3 players in the game, Shedeur, Travis Hunter, and Jimmy Horn Jr., and he adds Jordan Seaton as well. Nebraska's second and third levels on defense are going to be tested. We'll see how our secondary holds up. The biggest key will be if Nebraska can get pressure from rushing forward. Dylan Raiola is young. Unfortunately, I foresee him throwing a pick or 2 in this game. I believe Nebraska will have to put 35 plus on the board to win. Gosh, I wish I was more confident. Unfortunately, I don't see it. Colorado 33, Nebraska 28, GBR.
That's the same score they lost to in Adrian's first game.
33-28. It was.
What a weird score.
You might be able, at least right now, because they're older, argue that those 3 players he identified are the best 3 players on the field. But as far as the best defensive players on the field, you might be able to list 10 guys. Well, outside of Hunter.
Yeah. But then, yes.
But you might be able to list 10 guys before you get to the next Colorado.
Who would you rank number 1? Is it Nash? Is it Big Ass Ty? Tommy Hill?
It's one of those interior guys, and then
I think I'd probably go Nash.
Yeah,
go Nash Ty.
Yeah.
I think it would be my one to it. That's a great point, though. Certainly a better defense.
Well, let's get into what's going to be the marquee matchup, even though they won't physically play each other, and that is the quarterback battle. Because I have a question off of that that I want to ask, and also we found out how Prime is prepping for the intensity of the atmosphere in Lincoln. You'll find out next on 1620 The Zone. Don't forget, 1620 The Zone will be live from Lincoln at the Blur Tailgate, which is underneath the overchange at I-180. Now, the tailgate is sold out, so if you were hoping to come by and say hi to us, you won't be able to do that unless you have tickets for the Blur Tailgate.
Oh, then you can stop by and say
But the Blur
hi.
Tailgate is sold out.
You can send a homing pigeon.
But if you're on your way to the stadium or doing whatever you're doing on Saturday afternoon and you don't want to watch El Assico, you can listen.
You should want to watch the Cy-Hawk game.
To Connor and I break down the game starting at 4 o'clock. And then after the game, Connor and I will be over in the North Bottoms. We're basically right on the corner of 14th and New Hampshire in the North Bottoms. So if you walk over the overpass, the
turn right
pedestrian bridge, walk past the Casey's, the next street is New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
And just take that until it basically dead ends. And that's where we will be. So if you do want to come by for that, you most certainly can.
Dudes love naming streets.
When you're giving directions, you have to name streets.
I just gave vague landmarks.
He gave the streets
and the landmarks.
He did a little bit of both, Nick.
Not everyone is of Lincoln.
I'm definitely not of Lincoln. I got lost last night trying to get home. I had to have my GPS on to get through Lincoln.
Where were you at?
East Lincoln.
Oh,
just getting back onto the interstate.
Shout out to Nick. He got a hit last night.
I did.
You were in East Lincoln. You just get on 84th Street and you go north.
All right, you talk about it as John. I've been to Lincoln more times in this last month than I have my entire life.
Well, then it should be pretty easy. Then.
It should be, but it's weird. It's weird to get to Ballard Field from the interstate. There's a
so
weird
wait,
turn.
you left without checking the GPS at first? You were just driving around aimlessly?
No, I was checking. No, I had my GPS on. I just couldn't quite hear it.
Just look at it.
It's not. I don't have any way to mount it in my truck.
Just look at it on the. You listen to the GPS?
Yeah, I have. I
you
have
don't,
to
look
listen
down
to
at your seat.
I do.
I know that's like dangerous, but at least you'll see where to go.
You know what's funny is all you needed to do was because you're right there on Havelock Street. You just get on Havelock and you drive to 84th Street,
and he would have been fine.
And then you go north.
Hey, it's okay. He got a hit. He was living off that high.
2 RBI single, John.
Yeah.
How'd the team do?
They lost.
I mean, did you look at the box score?
Hey, they scored more than volleyball did.
We managed to tie the game, John.
Points.
We tied the game.
I'm proud of you, Nick.
I mean, we're proud of you individually. For the team, again, we shame the hell out of you.
We had some fielding issues last night. Not gonna lie.
I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned. Here was Coach Prime yesterday, or Dion, as Gary Barnett called him, regarding. Well, you'll hear the question and then the answer.
Okay.
Are you doing anything special in practice this week to prepare for the atmosphere of the crowd noise?
Yeah, we started that today. Most definitely. Great question.
Excellent question.
Okay, real quick. So I can't wait till we play this video because it's even better than what you're expecting.
Mm-hmm.
That surprised you that he said we started it today? Like, this is something you want to be preparing for like throughout the offseason, right? If you had a big game, if your Rams had a big game, and they were like, yeah, we started it on Thursday of game week. You'd be like, oh, man, you had all these months you didn't practice like with loud environments at any other point?
They might have done some of that.
He didn't say that. He said we started it today.
Well, he may have just been referring to it in the. Anyway, here's how they did it.
Okay.
This is video from Prime Practice.
Yeah.
And
this is awesome. This video rocks.
There are guys, for those of you without the benefit of the video, there are guys holding giant speakers behind the offense.
Yes.
As they are calling out plays and getting ready to run plays in practice. I don't know about you, Josh, but that might be the best replication of what that atmosphere will be like in Memorial Stadium. It's almost as if Prime and his staff went into the future.
Oh, they know what it's like.
Stood at the 50-yard line during the game and listened and said, we need to duplicate this and apply it to our practice. I mean, tell
is an atmosphere.
Tell me that this doesn't sound exactly
like Memorial Stadium?
Like Memorial Stadium on a big game Saturday night. I don't know if you catch that because, it's not the best audio quality in the
TCK, I'm
world.
dying. Sounds like a parade.
But if you listen real close, faintly in the background,
There's
you can
another
hear-
song playing.
You can hear one lone voice in the background going, "The lines aren't straight. The lines aren't straight. March in a straight line."
Also,
I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah, I heard it.
Did you?
Yeah.
in the background, you probably heard something like "Go Big Red."
And
That
that
wasn't
was-
actually part of it. Our former coworker was
Damn it,
actually
you beat me to the joke. I was going to make the same joke.
he was about 10 miles away.
Yeah.
But you could hear it.
Mustache Chat. Many comments coming in on the YouTube chat, John.
Really?
This video is the equivalent of Michael Scott's tiny baby flat screen. Chance writes, just getting ready to hear that song over and over and over and over and over and over. That's my favorite. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to love about this. First of all, that it's not that loud is just chef's kiss.
It doesn't seem that
Also,
loud.
during the game, that's not the intimidating thing about the atmosphere. It's not the band playing There Is No Place Like Nebraska. It's the crowd noise.
Yeah.
And then, that is just, again, it's not that loud. It's so funny. So just perfect. Absolutely perfect. What a weird program, man. Have you seen this whole strangeness with the governor? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Do you have any other prime audio? He mentions the governor. Have you seen this?
No, I didn't have that.
All right. So Deion Sanders mentions. Now the tweet is deleted. Awesome. Okay, because Jack Mitchell has been talking about this. Deion Sanders mentioned he was asked about the rivalry, the Nebraska-Colorado rivalry, and he mentions the governor speaking and saying, like, in no uncertain terms, you can't wear red. So it's like the governor says don't wear red.
Okay.
And so it got a lot of people wondering, like, wow, the governor of Colorado came and spoke to the team and said don't wear red. I guess it makes
Nebraska's governor used to play for the team.
Bingo.
He's been.
It makes sense. Politicians love talking about sports.
They
John
do.
loves when politicians
Usually
talk
they
about
make
sports.
real dumb ass. I mean, bigger asses than usual that they make.
A lot of people love when former politicians run the state.
There you go.
Or former.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
thank you, Nick. The governor is apparently their nickname for the long snapper. It's not the governor of Colorado. It's the governor. So the long snapper said don't wear red, and they were like, oh, sweet, now we won't wear red? I have many questions.
Well, it sounds
Football
like-
Scoop just tweeted out a story, and then they deleted it.
Well, it sounds like it was
Awesome.
just.
No,
people-
it's
that
the
people-
long snapper.
Well, that people didn't understand that's his
He called him
nickname.
the governor, though. He said, yeah, the governor. Why would the long snapper need to be the guy to say don't wear red? He's not in a position of power.
I don't know.
I figured, it'd be someone from on high.
maybe the long snapper is in a position of power.
I mean, he is the long snapper.
I really don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah. So they don't wear red, Colorado. Don't wear red. So funny.
Well, this matchup is unique in that really, and most of it, of course, is because Nebraska's never had a player like this that is hyped like this. This is a very interesting quarterback matchup. I was thinking about this today. And again, I understand Nebraska has not been in position where they have somebody who is considered this highly, and some people are already projecting as a future star in the NFL. Dan Orlovsky of ESPN tweeted out this yesterday. Raiola versus Sanders this week. That'll be a fun college football to watch. Top two pick 5 quarterbacks go at each other.
Good Lord, Dan. Can you type like a normal person?
What he
Using
meant to
two
say-
is two. Like, come on, you're an adult.
He meant to. I think he
Two
meant
top 5 draft picks at
Yeah,
quarterback.
he just turned the words around. But the
Yeah.
point is this: you have people outside of the program saying,
Correct.
"Man, this quarterback matchup is something special."
Yes.
Because you've got Shador, who will be a top pick next year, and Raiola, who will be eligible in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Who a lot of people think is going to be in the exact same spot as Shador. We've never seen that here before.
No.
But I was thinking back, just to be fair, because Nebraska has had great, noteworthy quarterbacks. What's the last quarterback matchup in a Nebraska game that had people going, oh man, that's going to be real interesting.
Nationally or locally?
Yeah,
even?
nationally.
I mean, would it have been any of the Taylor Martinez games? He was good. He won Big Ten Offensive Player of the Year.
He was good, but he hadn't won it. When he played Braxton Miller, at Ohio State,
he hadn't. That was the year he won it.
Yeah,
but he had not and also he was not viewed like this. He was viewed as a very flawed quarterback. John, dare I say the answer is it's either never or it's like Frazier versus.
Well, what about
Danny Warfel?
What about Eric Crouch and Ken Dorsey?
Yeah, I mean you can speak
because Crouch was the Heisman winner.
He was. That's true.
But the next one I thought of was Tommy Frazier, Danny
Warfel. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything from that around that era that we are forgetting about. I mean, Frost versus Peyton Manning, but again, it was just.
But Frost wasn't. I know
he was just a part of the. He was a cog.
Yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't a Heisman level guy.
Frazier
was a
really
Heisman level guy, and Eric
Crouch
won
the Heisman. Yeah, unless there was like an Eric Crouch, Michael Bishop type situation in there, but I guess he was the guy.
Well, he was a freshman.
Yeah. So see again, it's weird. It's very strange. I still don't know if we have all wrapped our heads around that Nebraska is going to have a quarterback that is talked about like this now for years to come.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned this yesterday, but Nate Tice, who I think is a great follow, if you love the NFL, and certainly if you're an NFL draft person later on, but he's awesome on Twitter. Anyway, he was tweeting out videos yesterday of watching Dylan Raiola, and he had one of the throws that he made. I think it was a first quarter throw where it was basically just wow, look at what this player can do.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan is the here. He is already incredibly well known beyond even just so there's the beat people who cover the team on an everyday basis. We all know who he is, obviously. Nationally, he is known at a level that I cannot really remember a Nebraska quarterback in the time that I've been working at this station at the very least. And then for a Nate Tice, a guy who week 1 of the NFL season yesterday is 48 hours away, and he is watching Dylan Raiola tape because he was tweeting out all 22. It's wow, okay, this is something else. I don't remember if I told this story on the air, but I was classic me. I was listening to a pod this summer, and they were drafting best quarterback matchups they were most excited to watch this year.
Mm-hmm.
The number 1 pick was this game, and this is a national pod, and they were I can't wait to see Dylan Raiola. Yes, and Shedeur.
Granted, it's only
Sanders.
been one game, but.
This is quite the moment in all of these different ways, and how he is viewed, he being Dylan, how he is viewed, he being Sanders. Sanders is going to be probably a top 5 pick next year.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly a first rounder.
Mm-hmm.
And there are people who view Dylan Raiola as a top 5 pick or a first rounder in 3 seasons. And fans, again, to answer your question, got to go back a long ways.
Some would almost call this a big game.
Oh, some would call it a big game. 16-20 the pregame, they would say. They would say, I can't wait to listen to it.
Which will also be available for the Illinois game.
Nice.
JD tweets in Martinez versus Wilson.
Oh, that's good. But again,
But remember, Russell was a 3rd-round guy. Wilson was a good college quarterback, but
yeah.
He ended up drafted in the 3rd round.
Yeah, and also
right?
Did we know that he was Russell Wilson
no,
yet? That was the beginning of
not.
his ascension.
Correct.
But you're right, he was still a 3rd rounder.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, this is rather uncharted territory. And again, a lot of this is from a Nebraska perspective, because this certainly won't be the first time Nebraska plays a quarterback of this pedigree who projects to be an NFL star. In fact, I was reading a story today from our friends at Husker Max. I want to make sure I credit Eric's name. Eric Hess is the writer. And
that's arbitrary analytics, right?
Yeah. And he writes, from a pure football matchup perspective, I think most stats favor the Huskers comfortably, but the pedigree of Shedeur Sanders scares me. Since joining the Big Ten in 2011, Nebraska is just 14-31 in games where a future drafted quarterback accumulates any stats.
Wow, that is something.
Since 2017, the record has been worse at 1-19, the lone win coming against Penn State in 2020, in which Sean Clifford and Will Levis both played. The future draft picks didn't always do much in these games. J.J. McCarthy only had one attempt in 2021. Joe Burrow played in garbage time in 2016. But the presence of such a talented player on the roster bodes well for the team's success. So
excellent points.
So when a quarterback has draft pedigree and has been drafted, future drafted quarterbacks since 2011, Nebraska is just 14-31 in those games.
Makes sense. Kenny says,
this does not include, by the way, Shadour's number from last year, because he says it's only the guys drafted through this year. Shadour obviously hasn't been drafted. So by the time Shadour is drafted,
so by the time next year we'll have
it'll be at least 14-32.
Yeah.
Who knows what
happens Saturday. Kenny emails in Equitable Bank inbox. Did you guys forget about 2006? Zach Taylor versus John David Booty. JK. Yeah, but see, even, and I know he was joking around, but even Zach Taylor was viewed as like, oh, he's a nice player.
Yeah.
But, Joey writes, I don't get the quarterback versus quarterback matchup talk. Like Burrow beat Mahomes, Purdy beat Goff, Brady versus Manning. Raiola and Sanders don't match up against each other. No quarterbacks do. Or is Sanders playing defensive line now too? Like, come on, Joey. Like, this is...
of course not. But this is the idea of these are the things we watch for, because how many times have we watched a great offensive duel where both quarterbacks are slinging it all over the place and they're trying to outman the other.
Yeah, that's what's like.
It's kind of like a game of cornhole. You're not defending me in cornhole, but we're both shooting aces the whole time. That's kind of what this is all about.
A fun quarterback matchup is fun because every time the offense has the ball, somebody good is on the field. When it was Brady versus Manning, it was awesome because it was like, oh, Brady has the ball. Now it's Manning has the ball. Now Brady has the ball. Now Manning has the ball.
Exactly.
Like, that's what we live with.
That's
of
what
course,
we're
they don't go
looking at.
against each other. This is a basketball. But you can still be excited for the quarterback versus quarterback matchup.
Of course. Because those are the two guys that are going to be garnering the headlines on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm. Game Dog writes in, Steve Taylor versus Troy Aikman in 1987. Taylor had his greatest game at Nebraska with 5 touchdown passes versus number 3 UCLA. Taylor was named first team All-American in 1987.
It's not bad.
Man, if that's the answer, that is a long ass.
Well,
time
ago.
I think Frazier Warfel is the
Frazier
best.
Warfel is there. And,
you had the Heisman
Crouch
runner-up,
Dorsey.
and you had a future Heisman winner in Danny Warfel. Yeah, that's a good one too. Crouch, I didn't think about that earlier, but when you mentioned that, that's a good one. Crouch
or maybe Frazier Costa.
All over Frank Costa. So what about, any of the I don't want to keep going further back in time, but like Turner versus what's his name in 83? Who is their quarterback in the 84? Bernie Kosar. He played in the NFL for quite a long time.
Yeah.
Matthew says, who played against Chase Daniel? So that would have been Joe Gans in one of the years, and it would have been Sam Keller
in the other.
And then in 06, it would have been Zach Taylor. So he played against 3 different Husker quarterbacks over his time. But again,
But this is unprecedented. This is unprecedented.
Jordan, Jamal versus Eli. in the Independence Bowl.
Jamal versus no, it wasn't Colt. Sorry.
No,
Colt,
it would have been
who played Colt?
Sims, right? It would have been Chris Sims, or would have been Major Applewhite. Who did they
Oh no, it would have been Zach Lee.
Wait, what are you talking? Oh, you're talking about versus Colt McCoy. My bad. I thought you were talking about Jamal.
Zach Lee versus Colt McCoy.
Yeah, a lot of people are bringing up, and some of them are doing it in jest, but Frost versus Manning. The guy won a natty, and the other guy was awesome.
Right, but again, and I'm not saying this, not making any Scott Frost jokes here, but Frost, really good player, but he was not in the Heisman conversation.
Yeah.
And while he did end up playing pro ball, he was not a pro quarterback.
Shane says Brooke versus Cordell. But obviously, that was more Nebraska versus Colorado. But that's a good one. Obviously, we know he would have been drafted. Zach has a question, and how many of those matchups did Nebraska have a future NFL draft pedigree quarterback as their own? The answer is none.
The answer is none.
The only time that we would have said that, and he was a 7th-round pick, was Tanner Lee.
Who knows what fate would have dealt if Brooke had survived, because there was talk that Brooke might have been drafted.
Yeah, like a late-round guy, right? Like a 6th or 7th rounder?
But,
But again, you didn't view him that way.
Here's Dominic. Hi, Dominic, on the 42 degrees. Hi, Dominic.
Dominic is gone. Great call.
Our phones are in midweek.
Just come up to the guys in the bottoms on Saturday and just yell takes at them.
It might be the easiest thing to do.
Star Wars Team says, you could say an elite special teams player for the Jets about Mr. Frost.
Again, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of
Max says Martinez versus Fields. We did view him very well still at that time, though the questions were starting to get asked for Adrian.
Yeah, sure. But this one will be greater, or at least has the potential of being, at least in terms of the walk-up hype.
Yeah, and in terms of national, this is unprecedented territory. We have not ever covered a quarterback. You and I have never covered a quarterback like this.
Never.
Where he is going to be talked about. And again,
and it's very possible to go back to the, person said, the quarterbacks don't match up. It could very well be a game if it's as close as some people think it might be. 51% of you say it is.
Yep.
Where the last of these two dudes with the ball in his hand wins it.
Imagine that. And imagine that guy being
and
Nebraska's QB.
And all kidding aside from our conversation from the crossover.
Happy New Year.
But it's the type of game where a legend can be built.
100%.
If Dylan is that guy who has the ball in his hand at the end of the game and leads Nebraska to a late scoring drive, it could be one of those where it's like, bookmark that, and 3 years down the road, we're like, and that's when the legend of Dylan began.
Mm-hmm.
Or if Colorado has a surprisingly good season, that a moment like that in a game like this will be shown a lot on ESPN's draft coverage.
It would be the reason why. Matthew says, Raiola played 2.5 quarters in college, so the hype is kind of crazy. I get it, but good Lord. Yeah, it is, again, uncharted. These are uncharted waters that we are all in right now.
It is. Get used to it, friends.
I love it. I think it's awesome.
Get used to it.
This is the type of stuff, again, like I keep saying it, these are the weeks you live for. And I would say that these are like me in this job. You'd have to pay me to miss this game on Saturday. You'd have to pay me. But in all seriousness, this is why
it's really not that important if you can't even bother to be in town.
This is why you want to do the job, man. These are the weeks
won't even
you
be
want.
in the same state.
Shane says
barely in the same time zone.
Not barely. Shane says 2009 Holiday Bowl, Foles versus Lee, future NFL Super Bowl winner.
Yeah,
exactly.
Holiday Bowl.
Nick, Nebraska won that game. They shut out Arizona.
They did.
Yeah,
they did.
Yeah. They whooped them.
And then Bo Pelini.
Niles Paul flexed on him.
And then Bo Pelini lifted the whale trophy.
Nebraska's back and here to stay.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Which was translation for 9-4 forever. And by the way, happy Bo Pelini Day.
Indeed.
9-4. Coming up next, what do we have to look forward to beyond Nebraska, Colorado in Fired Up for Football?
So many games. What a time to be alive.
So many games and so much grading on a curve next on 1620 The Zone. But first, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, as we get ready to tell you about the NFL games that will be shown in this market. What if I could tell you for 3 weeks you could watch every Sunday afternoon out-of-market regular season game?
What?
Yes, with NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV right now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime.
John, we keep mentioning the Bears. Can you watch the Bears in Omaha this weekend? Find out in our next segment. But if you can't, well, you can with NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Again, just visit FanDuel.com/1620 and bet $5. You can get that 3-week free trial. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
2024. A year that promises great change and great conflict. The accusations are already streaking across the rhetorical skies. The citizens are restless. It is a time of civil war. In college football, a new 12-team playoff marks a new chapter. An entire league has crumbled, and in its wake comes 4 mega conferences seeking to restore order to their championship games. How will ties be broken? Draw cards, a vote, a coin flip, an arm wrestling match? The National Football League brings its own unique drama to this action-packed card. The Chiefs go for an unprecedented three-peat. A new kickoff will restore action to special teams.
Hopefully.
And Aaron Rodgers will attempt to set a personal Jets record of 6 plays in a single season. Friends of the program, lend us your ears as Unsportsmanlike Conduct and Warhorse Sportsbook proudly present Fired Up for Football 2024.
I think you mean metaphorical skies, by the way, not rhetorical skies. I've had people reach out to me both weeks about that open.
You know what?
Yes.
Talk to the guy who did it.
That's you.
No, I don't know
You said
what you're talking
rhetorical
about.
skies. You meant metaphorical skies.
Maybe
the skies aren't. It's
but it's the rhetoric that is flying. So the skies are now.
But that's I don't think that's what rhetorical means.
correct, Nick. You are correct. Let's get fired up, shall we?
You know, it's funny.
Star Wars
It's
Feed,
funny.
moment of truth. Does John like football?
No, I think the real thing is, number one, Josh doesn't like football.
I love football.
He is eschewing Nebraska, Colorado for Rhode Island, Minnesota, and now
Wrong.
he has wasted valuable Fired Up for Football time arguing verbal semantics.
I'll be watching the
so
game.
I think the real hater of football is you, Josh Peterson.
I love it.
Wearing that stupid Cowboys hat.
Go Cowboys!
Nothing says I hate football more than being a Dallas Cowboy fan.
Go Cowboys. Let's get fired up.
Here we go. The before Saturday games. Oh, but watch out, BYU. SMU's coming for Bear. They already won a volleyball match this week.
Hell yeah, they are.
The early Saturday games, of course, big noon kickoff.
Big noon kickoff.
They're actually doing an extra hour of pregame.
They're doing a 3-hour show.
Yeah, they are.
You know how much of that I'll watch?
0.
None.
Because you'll be in Minnesota.
That's true. I'll be getting
Probably
ready.
watching a fishing show because
I'll
that's
be
what they
getting
do
my
in Minnesota.
spotting work ready.
The other early games, Arkansas is at Oklahoma State, Kansas State is at Tulane, and Pittsburgh is at Cincinnati.
Tulane or not Tulane?
The 2:30 games opposite El Assico on CBS.
Cy-Hawk game.
Let's go, Clones.
Baylor's at Utah.
Go Hawks.
Cal is at Auburn.
Weird. That's
The
weird.
ABC 2:30 game is South Carolina, Kentucky.
This is weird. These SEC games on
Weird?
ABC is strange. I know that back when you were growing up, this was a normal thing. It's strange. Strange.
Big Ten Network will have Michigan State and Maryland.
I won't be watching that one. I'll be watching El Assico. I'm jacked for that game, man.
The evening Saturday games, 6 o'clock, South Florida and Alabama's on ESPN. Kansas, Illinois could be interesting on
There was a
FS1.
Friday night game again, like last year, so I could watch it.
The other only 2 ranked versus ranked games this week. Tennessee is at North Carolina State. That's the ABC Saturday
Line
night
seems
game.
stinky, but I'm going with the Vols, baby.
The late evening slate actually
It's pretty tight.
is stronger.
Stronger.
The Peacock exclusive Boise State and Oregon at 9 o'clock.
Hell yeah, my company, Peacock.
Texas Tech at Washington State will be on Big Fox. Mississippi State at Arizona State will be on ESPN.
Nice. By the way, Jordan says going to Rhode Island, Minnesota instead of Colorado, Nebraska is something a football pervert would do.
Or someone who just hates the sport.
I love it so
doesn't
much.
want to see it at its most intense level.
Missing the game that national media podcasters have said they're most
Yeah,
excited
John, why
for.
isn't that on this fun graphic?
What?
The Nebraska-Colorado game.
What? You mean that one?
Oh, there it is.
Where's Liberty at this week?
I have no idea. Pregame live from
fan.
Blur Party's tailgate, 4 o'clock here on the Zone, and Big Red Overreaction
Give me a
immediately
Howard
after
Dean,
the
Nick.
game on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
You don't know Howard Dean?
No.
Good Lord, you are a baby.
Yeah?
That's disappointing. He should know. He pays attention to politics. You don't know Howard Dean?
No.
Wow, that's wild.
NFL.
Sweet.
These are the games that will be available in the Omaha and Lincoln markets.
Look what game is not on there, John. The
I'm
Bears
mad.
game.
I'm mad about that.
The Bears meet. Well, I have NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube TV.
Ravens and Chiefs, the Thursday night opener from Kansas City. We'll be talking to Mitch Holthus in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Eagles Packers, the Peacock exclusive Friday night from Brazil. Fox is splitting up the Omaha and Lincoln markets, at least as of right now. This is subject to change, potentially. Vikings-Giants will be aired on Fox 42 in Omaha. Steelers-Falcons will be on the Fox affiliate in Lincoln. So if you're fortunate enough to get both with your aerial antenna, you at least have
Your
another
Aer Lingus
game.
antenna?
Yeah.
Ah.
CBS is putting the Broncos on at 3 o'clock against the Seahawks, which will be nice because for those of us who don't want to watch crappy-ass Dallas Cowboy football, they're taking on the Browns. We can watch Broncos Seahawks.
Imagine
instead.
saying, I don't want to watch the good game. I want to watch the Broncos in 2024. It's not 1989 anymore, John. Times have changed.
The Broncos and the Seahawks have both won Super Bowls
Don't care.
since the last time the Cowboys even sniffed a conference championship
Don't
game.
care.
Facts matter.
Don't
Sunday
care.
Night Football, Rams-Lions rematch.
Ass versus the Lions.
And Monday Night Football, Jets and Frisco.
You know,
This is wild that you don't know what Howard Dean is.
you have the map pulled up, right?
The what?
The map.
Oh,
for
yeah,
all this?
506 Sports.
506. Did you see where all the Raiders, the Raiders game is going to be broadcast?
Is it just like
It's splotched just all over the
Yeah.
country.
Nobody
Just
wants to
splotch,
watch.
splotch, splotch.
No one wants to
The
watch.
out-of-market
Raiders.
games, for those of you who have Sunday ticket, the noon window, Titans-Bears, Cardinals-Bills, Patriots-Bengals, Texans-Colts, Jags-Dolphins,
Fins up.
Panthers, Saints.
Jags Dolphins is a really good game. It sucks that that's not on in Omaha.
And
I
the
agree,
two,
Josh.
The other late games that aren't in this market, Raiders-Chargers.
Chargers, go
And
Chargers.
the Calvin Kugler game of the week.
Hell yeah.
Commanders at Buccaneers.
Sova writes, Bears not on TV is BS. Bear down.
All
It is kinda
right,
BS.
The moment of truth.
do
Ratings
this.
time. Nick, next week I want Howard Dean screams for the rating system. C+. You are a psychopath.
Psychopath? What are you talking about?
Psychopath, John.
Why is a C+ psychopath?
Because it's a B+ week. Duh, that's why. You got Texas
You only
versus
have
Michigan.
two ranked versus ranked games.
It's not about that, John. It's about the vibes. You got Texas
No,
versus
it's not
Michigan.
about the vibes. It
You
is
got
about
you got
the
Elastico.
overall quality of the week.
Colorado,
Friday,
Nebraska. You got you got the great,
the
great,
2:30
great.
window. The reason this grade gets bumped up is because of Nebraska, Colorado. This week would be like a C- week if it weren't for Nebraska.
Shout out to
Colorado.
the super duper late window as well, which is full of lovely football games.
Again, I compare to other weeks.
So do I.
You only.
I'm great. No.
Everything's an A. Everything's
Wrong.
An A.
It's I gave it a B+. That's not an A. Famously a
NFL,
B+.
we both agree, A-.
Great. I think it's a pretty solid start. You don't get the doubleheader anymore for both networks, but that's fine. Good, interesting matchups. All the national games are really good, I think. Really interesting. Good storylines. A- overall. Nick, give me 4 of them.
B.
Give me 4 of them, Nick.
B. It's a B. It's a B.
Next week, I want Howard Dean screams. By the way, that happened in Iowa, as someone just pointed out. How do you not know about this?
How long ago
We're gonna
did
go.
that happen?
20 years.
We're going to go to New Hampshire, and then we're going to go here.
So
Some
why would
believe
I
he
pay
was the
attention
last-
to politics when I was 7 years old?
Because it's a famous
I
meme.
was still pooping my pants.
Because he was the last sane Democrat candidate for president.
That's not true, John. We should probably go to Mitch, though.
We should. Let's talk about the Ravens game on Thursday night.
I'd like the Chiefs to roll.
But he likes the Chargers to win the division.
Go Chargers, go!
16-20 the zone.
You ready? The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the Red.
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man.
Touchdown! Kansas City!
The myth.
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
The legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chuckle? Guess what? Right now, in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
And there he is, the voice of the Kansas City Chiefs, Mitch Holthus, hunkering down night before a big game, season opener. Thursday night's a great night for football.
Yes.
And Mitch is back for another season. And again, another reminder to the Chiefs Kingdom. Ever since Mitch started doing regular hits on this program, that's when all the great success started. Has nothing to do with Reed, has nothing to do with Mahomes. It has to do with us, the program. You're welcome, Chiefs Kingdom.
Andy asked me that the other day. He said, "Are you still doing Unsportsmanlike Conduct in Omaha?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I just had my analytics guy figured up." He goes, "That's it." I said, "Yeah, I try to keep it understated, but you guys put it out there. We'll claim it and go with it."
Yep.
Mitch, there was a time when you came on our show and you said the goal for the Chiefs this year is to host a playoff game. And now it's a three-peat. Again, thank you to Unsportsmanlike Conduct for changing the fortunes of Kansas City football.
That's crazy.
The more you guys can do, really think about all the great things you do for the Midwest, and you've done it for the Chiefs Kingdom. And here we are hosting this opening game. Today's Red Wednesday, which is awesome. In the Chiefs Kingdom, it's usually Red Friday, but it's nice when it's Red Wednesday because it meant you won the Super Bowl the year before, because they do it the day before the opener. And so, yeah, it's like a day-long and like citywide, kingdom-wide pep rally. So it's awesome to host this game tomorrow night and drop another banner. The banner ceremony, I'm getting ready to do a rehearsal as soon as I get done with you guys. I'll be down on the field before the game on NBC, actually, I think. So it's going to be pretty exciting in an AFC championship rematch with the Ravens coming to town. NFL knows what they're doing when they schedule these games.
Yes, they do.
Mitch, let me ask you about the 3P of it all. I can't imagine that you're surprised that they are embracing it to the level that they have, given that it was discussed, on the podium back in February. But I wonder how much that is going to be something that is on front of mind as the season unfolds, or is this just something that once the game starts tomorrow, that then it's the focus on the opponents that are in front of them week by week?
Yeah, they have to do that. I know it sounds cliche, but if you don't do that in this league, you pay the price. And I've seen that happen. So I think it's really the latter. They're going to stay locked in. I tried to emanate that feeling to you guys in every one of our 20 training camp reports, but especially that first week when I was featuring Mahomes and Kelsey and Coach Reed and Chris Jones. Those guys, they don't say anything about it. There's no T-shirts. There's nothing up on the painted on the walls, but you just see it on their face. And the way they've approached everything in this off season, they're just locked in. But they also know they've done this, and they know how hard it's going to be. And again, the toughest schedule. And you open with the Ravens, who are awesome. And so if you don't lock in, man, you will not even think about a 3P.
Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, of course, on the call all season long. You'll be able to hear those games on our sister station, News Talk 1290. For the Ravens, Zachary Orr replaces Mike McDonald as the defensive coordinator. Last 2 years under McDonald, Ravens were a top 4 pass defense. What kind of changes do you expect to see from Baltimore's defense?
Man, you nailed it. I think that, the obvious one is they go get Derrick Henry and they're going to pound him. Yeah, for sure. They got all they heard for 7 months. They only ran the ball 6 times with running backs in the AFC Championship game. But I think you have nailed it, what I think could be the really undertold probably priority of this game, and the fact that you have so many changes. The NFL poached their defensive staff. Keep in mind, guys, and we brought this up during the Super Bowl week, they were the first team in NFL history last year to lead the NFL in points allowed, TDs allowed, and sacks in the same season. Not even the 85 Bears did that. So what happened is the league poached their staff. And Zach's 32 years old. You're going to have a 32-year-old defensive coordinator, same kind of scheme, same template. But his first game is going to go up against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. That's a tall order for and they have new position coordinators at every one of the spots on defense. So that brings some uncertainty. I think it'll be mostly the same. But, a new defensive coordinator wants to say, hey, I belong. And what does that mean? What does that do? He's trying to use Kyle Hamilton as kind of a wild card joker guy moving around like the Chiefs did with L'Jarius Sneed. Hamilton's really good. But you got a 32-year-old greenhorn coming into this game to go up against the big red coach with the big red mustache.
Mitch, sticking on that side of the ball, going all the way back to the first couple of snaps of training camp. I know that the Chiefs were throwing the ball deep. I read a piece today from The Athletic where the writer posited the theory that the deep ball is going to return in full force this year. Are you expecting that to be a big part of the offense, whether it's tomorrow or over the course of the next handful of months?
Absolutely. And I think it was the second training camp report I did where Mahomes talked about attacking the whole length and width of the field. And I'll just mention it to you again if I didn't say it before. He won 5 games last year where he was under his average in passing yardage, and 3 of the 4 playoff wins were that way. Now, why do I say that? It's Max Scherzer who's developed a backdoor slider or a cutter that is unhittable. And now you still have the fastball. And I think to answer your question, Mahomes in this offense is bringing all of that and a spinner. I mean, he's just got the whole bag now. He's proven he can win games a variety of different ways. It's not that it's going to be a point of emphasis. It's just that it's there. And so if you're 0-2 and you're facing the pitcher here that's Mahomes, you might get a high fastball or you may get a cutter on the outer third of the plate or some nasty changeup. You don't know what's coming, but it's coming because now he has everything. And that back third of the offense is open again.
Mitch, last year in the AFC title game, Spags blitzed Lamar Jackson a lot. 44% was the blitz rate, according to the analytics article I saw this morning. And the Ravens are now starting a rookie right tackle. They'll have 2 new starting guards from last year. Do you anticipate it might be another blitz-heavy effort tomorrow night?
Yeah, you got to start with gap control, though, because I think, again, going back to what I said, Baltimore's John Harbaugh got sick answering the questions for 7 months of why did you run the ball 16 times, only 6 times the running backs. But if you can somehow win those battles early, yeah, I would expect that because the other part of the Ravens' uncertainties coming into this game, other than a 32-year-old defensive coordinator, is you've got 3 new offensive linemen. They lost some dudes now. Kevin Zeitler's a really good guard. And so and those guys didn't play in the preseason very much. And it's not about communication. And if you're an O-lineman against Spags, you better be able to communicate and the same thing with Lamar, because he's going to see bigs and littles and you count the mic and you get your protections based on your lighthouse in the middle, who your mic is. But is that a big or is that a little? Wow, it's a safety. What does that mean? I mean, Spags will put as complicated a scheme against a quarterback as any defensive coordinator in the league right now.
What are you expecting from Derrick Henry and how he's used in this offense?
Well, he's 3-1 in the regular season against the Chiefs. And so he's the 8th grader in the 7th grade game. I mean, it's his first game. He'll be fresh, wants to prove it. He's beaten the Chiefs before. He lost a AFC championship game himself in the stadium to the Chiefs when he was a Titan. So he's coming in, raring to go. He's proven he's looking forward to it, said all the right things, but I think he's coming downhill. I think it's B-gap. I think it's power. I think it's leads, counter leads. He's coming. Tosses, everything you got, he's coming with the run game. The guys have to hold the edge, though, because the RPO game's big. I just think Lamar Jackson wants to prove, and especially when he plays Mahomes, that and he's such a good quarterback. I mean, the NFL MVP last year. But don't you guys think that he goes, I can throw a 7 route. I can throw everything in the route tree. I'm not just a running quarterback and running RPO run games like football, Georgia Tech of the NFL. I don't think he wants to do that. But still, I think with Derrick Henry, they've got to start there and make that priority 1 and 2. That also includes Lamar Jackson in the run game. He's only beaten the Chiefs once. He's 1-4 against the Chiefs, including the playoffs. The one win, Lamar Jackson ran for 107 yards. Chiefs were still going to win that game, but Clyde Edwards-Helaire fumbled as the Chiefs had it in dead field goal range back in 21 in Baltimore.
Well, we will all be either watching or listening along. Either way, you're going to get a little bit of Mitch on the radio. You'll get all Mitch on TV. You'll get to see him. Are you going to like zip line over to the banner and unroll it? Is that what you're practicing for? Is there like going to be tricks here, like circus act?
Exactly. And
nice.
There's 4 banners to unfurl, so you got 2 arms and 2 legs.
Nice.
So yes, it's the spread eagle, and it could be nasty. It could be the last you hear from me, but we're going to give it a shot.
Well, Greg, I want to mention, Mitch, that Greg Sharp sounded great last week, and I saw your tweet. Of course, you guys, good friends, both fellow former K-Staters. It was so cool to see Greg up in the booth calling the game, and he's got a big one to call, like you've got a big one to call tomorrow night.
Yes, and I'll tell you, I had tears, man. I had tears. And when I said prayer works, it works. Because he was so determined to get to that UTEP game, and now it's week by week, baby. And he's got prime coming in. So Sharpie will be ready to go. I just am so grateful he's in that booth ripping it away, man. And guys, it's just tough. That's one tough cat. But he's going to take it week to week and see what happens.
The crazy thing is his attitude has not changed one iota. He's the same dude.
Not one bit.
He is the same dude.
Sorry for himself. Yeah, you're doing it like, man, I feel bad for you. Nope, don't do that. Like, he'll get mad at you if you say that. So, yeah.
Well, Mitch, we'll let you get to practice. We'll look forward to tomorrow night and a whole new season of talking with you every Wednesday.
Watch the spread eagle above the stadium flying in like a flying squirrel. So it'll be amazing.
Thank you, Mitch.
Take care.
Okay.
Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Nick, you ever seen a spread eagle before?
Like a football play?
Someone wasn't listening to Mitch. Mitch just said spread eagle multiple times.
Right. He was talking about football, right?
I don't know.
I hope so.
You never know with Mitch.
Coming up next, it's time for Dumb Debate.
Oh, this can be a dumb debate.
Yes, it could indeed.
It could be a dumb debate.
I love dumb debates.
I know you do.
Let's do it.
We'll do it next on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mail-in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Welcome to Dumb Debates.
What a time to be alive.
What a time to be alive.
Such a time to be alive.
It'll even be a better time to be alive next week when a brand new contest, well, it's not really a brand new contest. It's actually an old contest.
A remodeled contest.
A remodeled
with a
contest.
fresh coat of paint.
It's got a lot more than a fresh coat of paint. Let's put it that way.
There's some exclusiveness to this contest.
And there's going to be bucks involved, not male deer, but like dollars, dollar bill.
Not Giannis.
Every week, right?
Every week for 10 weeks.
You will want to get registered right now at 1620thezone.com and sign up for the email club.
Please sign up for the email club. Just get that out of the way.
Just do it. It will give you an advantage
Can I say
that nons won't have.
I'll say this. You know, there are like pick'em leagues, right? I'm guessing we've all done a pick'em league over the years from time to time. In pick'em leagues, there are tiebreakers. Are there not, John?
Yeah,
Sometimes the tiebreaker is like pick the score of the Nebraska game.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's like pick the score of the Monday night game. That's what all the NFL ones that I'm in is pick the score of the last game of the weekend. The tiebreaker for what we are going to do will involve subscribing to this email.
It will give you an advantage.
A huge, massive advantage. Massive advantage.
So sign up today, 1620thezone.com. Get registered for 1620 the email. More details to come on this newly revamped game.
Perfect.
But it is time now for Dumb Debates, the time of the week where we get to tackle your questions. You can send them in anytime to the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. You can also email John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. That's the Equitable Bank inbox. We mentioned it earlier. Young Nick got his first career hit.
Wow.
I did it.
Yet in another losing effort for the
classic
Jack Mitchell softball experience. Dave wants to know who would win a softball game, the Jack Mitchell softball experience or the 2024 Chicago White Sox.
I mean, the answer, who would win between them?
Yes.
I think Nick's team might have a chance, honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly, to me, the winners would be those who are incarcerated and aren't able to physically see or hear about this game because they are in prison.
I was going to say we would win because of the content. You could broadcast the game on 1620
There's no way
The
that's
Zone,
happening.
or 1019 The K.
There's no way that's happening.
No, hold on. I think we should let Josh cook.
Well, it's not happening because the 2024 White Sox have more important things to do, like set an all-time modern
Did they lose
Major
again
League
last
record.
night?
Oh, yeah.
It was a line drive down the third base.
Jeff
line,
says,
by the way.
dumb debates. Sorry, it's a sports one.
Ah.
But is Colorado versus Nebraska equivalent to Cody Rhodes and his story? I don't even know what this means.
Actually.
It's not, because that involved a championship, winning the championship that his daddy never won.
That's true.
This involves winning the
Nebraska has won a
championship of life,
championship.
John, and of Big Red overreaction. Do you want those Buffs fans filling up our YouTube chat on Saturday night? Hell no. There are all these bus dorks that bookmarked my tweet from Thursday. I want to yell at those dorks too.
Maybe Dylan Raiola is the Cody Rhodes of Nebraska football and Dylan's story.
Dominic never won a playoff game. People forget.
There we go.
He played for the Lions, the sad sack at the time. Lions.
Imagine being a fan of the sad sack.
They did have a
time,
chance,
Lions.
though, until the Cowboys, got the refs. They bought the refs off in that one playoff game.
No, that was a good call, a good no call. Whatever the call was, it was good. They did a great job.
Yeah.
I think they picked up a flag behind the flag.
Flag.
Maybe the Lions should stop being idiots.
This one is from Ray. He actually has two of them.
Okay.
Which was worse, the DJ at Florida State or their racist chants?
What was the DJ?
I don't know. Apparently there was a DJ playing at their game.
anything
wait,
about this.
Never mind. I noticed this. Okay. Dude, it sounded like an NBA game. A play would finish.
That's brutal.
You didn't watch any of the game.
No, I
That's
didn't
right.
see it.
I swear, John, after every play, especially when they were on defense, immediately music would pump in.
I think I'm with John on this. When I was at the Canaries game on Monday,
Canaries?
The Sioux Falls baseball.
In the coal mine?
They played something like a song after every single, like not even in the middle of the at-bat. Between strikes and outs, they would play stuff.
There was a play.
That was so annoying.
Georgia Tech took the snap, and the music was still playing.
Bad.
It was rough.
That's not good.
A reminder, Ray, that the Seminole tribe of Florida approves of the appropriation of the Seminole nickname. So
the nickname, but not of white people doing the thing.
Yeah, they approve of all of it.
Oh, I wouldn't do it. I'd feel uncomfortable.
They approve of all of it.
I'd feel uncomfortable. I wouldn't do it. I'd feel uncomfortable.
That's fine. They don't.
For the record, my answer is the music.
It's terrible.
It was horrible. Don't play songs.
Yeah, we do not
Unless
need
it's the band.
We do not need.
I like when the band plays.
Fox 2004 called and said, thanks. I'm like to hire you as a producer. That was your biggest complaint of their BCS coverage.
No, it's that they showed the band. It's that they
band.
showed the band, John. I like watching a college football game, being at a college football game when the band plays in between plays. I think it's great. It's a part of the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Not playing songs off of the speakers.
We do not need an NBA atmosphere
Also,
at college football games.
John, it's such a bummer you missed the game. There were so many funny things that came out of it,
I'm sure there
including
were.
the microphone of the ref. It sounded over-modulated as hell. It sounded like garbage. That whole stadium.
I'm the ref. Does it sound like this?
It sounded worse than that.
Sounded
somehow.
worse than this?
Yeah, and they're remodeling it. They're renovating the stadium. It's
is there a wind tunnel?
No, there is. Good joke though. There were like 20,000 empty seats because they're renovating it. Bad times. Bad times for Mike Norvell and the Knowles.
Also, Florida State kind of sucks.
Yeah, they're mid as hell, Nick, or maybe they're just bad as hell.
Ray also asked if Nebraska had a car on the field, what would it be? Would it be a tractor? Why would Nebraska have a car on the field?
Yeah, is that in reference to somebody else having a car?
Does someone
on the
else
field?
have a car on the field?
I don't know. They don't have enough room for a tractor. They don't have enough room for any cars.
Well, they could get one of those tiny lawn tractors that are just weird.
If you
tractor
watch some old
lawnmowers.
NFL films from like the 70s,
nice.
in those
John Facenda, voice of God,
in like the Steelers did it, and I think the Chargers did it in those cookie cutter stadiums, multi-purpose stadiums like San Diego's was and like Three Rivers was. The way that the stands moved around to accommodate football, there was like wide open spaces like in the corners of end zones. And if you watch some old Steeler games from the 70s, there'd be like 3 new Chryslers sitting over in the corner with like Chrysler signs in front of them. It was like one of the earliest. It was like one of the earliest examples of, sponsorships.
I don't remember which team it was, but I do remember seeing something about this weekend. One of the college teams has a Lamborghini.
I'm guessing that's probably where this question came from.
Has a Lamborghini.
Okay.
And then security had to come up and get the players away because they they scored a touchdown
and they hit the
then
car
went by the Lamborghini.
Awesome. Michael Severe texts in. He goes, Lynn Swan actually jumped over the car after catching a touchdown.
Yeah.
Remind John.
Yeah, they would be on the field.
That's wild.
In the corner of the end zone. It was great product placement.
That's wild.
So if Nebraska had the room, which they don't.
No. I mean, yeah, they're Cornhuskers.
It'd be an international harvester.
It would fit. I don't know what that is.
That'd be, it's Case IH now.
International
Case IH
harvester.
Red Zone.
That's what the IH stands for.
I don't know any of these words. I'm a city boy. I like city things.
Yeah, it'd probably be a
plumbing,
tractor.
power.
It should be a tractor. I've said for a long time, Nebraska needs to lean into, not run away from its agricultural roots.
They do. Their name is Cornhuskers. They are
Yeah, but
leaning
no
into
one ever
it.
calls them that. It's always Huskers or Skurs.
Skurs,
Never
baby.
call them Cornhuskers. They don't change their end zone and make it real cool.
That would be awesome.
Where
and put the corn around the stadium, like between the hedges.
That's
between
what
the corn.
I suggested that.
We just get
I got
triggered
all
when
these
it's like,
great ideas.
hey, it's time for Creighton and UConn, and it's like, look at this cornfield.
Yeah, people think it's the Field of Dreams out there.
Yeah, we have
but
a
it's
city.
not, and it'll never be the Field of Dreams
There's
because it's
look
not
at-
Iowa.
It's Dodge Street. Look at Dodge.
That's emblematic of Nebraska.
There a lot of road work.
Oh God,
Annoying
a lot
to
of
drive
traffic
on.
cones. That's what we should just do. Just put up traffic cones.
Pedro says, how many coaches with a full beard have beaten the Huskers?
Pedro didn't say hi, guys, or is that a different Pedro?
I cut that part out of the
Oh.
text.
You got to say hi,
Coaches
guys.
with a full.
Lovey Smith, right?
Lovey Smith has the best
Lovey
one.
had the best beard.
Lovey had a full
Or
beard.
what about Navy? Does Navy still have his beard?
He didn't play Nebraska.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Yeah. It's not just which coaches have had beards.
Navy.
Yeah, so which coaches with full beards have beaten Nebraska? Have they played Ryan Day since his beard? I think they have. 2021. He had a beard in 2021, didn't he?
Yeah.
He
Or is that his
also loved
post-Michigan
Morgan Wallen.
beating them beard? I think it is. It might be. We all change when we go through tough things in life. I grew this after my divorce. Maybe he grew his because he lost to Michigan.
I did grow my beard after a tough time in my life.
Oh, yeah.
How many times
Obviously,
do people
you're
grow?
not in tough times anymore.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, that's why he's got the stash.
How many dudes grow beards because they're depressed?
There's a great question, Nick. I'll answer as a lot.
Uh-huh.
Everyone always is changing their look after sad moments in their lives.
There's always a depression beard.
Yeah.
Well, then I expect a lot of beard growing after next week if
This
Nebraska
is
doesn't win.
Unreal. I can't believe you're rooting for. First
No,
of all,
I
you
am
hate
not
football.
rooting for it.
Second of all, you want them to lose.
I am not rooting for it. I am merely mocking those who are treating this like it's the game of the century.
Interesting.
No, it's just the Super Bowl.
Great point.
I don't know. By the way, the answer is not that many.
Yeah, I can't. It's hard for me to outside of Lovey.
Yeah,
Lovey and Ryan Day. I mean, not many college coaches have beards. Did old Clay Helton, was he sporting a beard a couple years ago?
No beard on Clay. I randomly watched highlights from that game the other day for some reason. I'm a sicko. Nebraska, Georgia Southern, 2022. I was like, wow, the spotter in this booth must have been doing great work. Excellent work. Jordan says, dumb debate. What does John hate more, Mayo or football? And why is it football?
Yeah.
Oh no, John, it's the Mayo Bowl.
I hate all of you. That's what I hate. Just because I have standards and you don't.
Yeah.
Well, those standards are really dumb.
Nice. Thank you, Nick.
No, the standards are really smart because you have to earn your. I mean,
You missed on Florida State the other night because you hate football.
Where are you going to go when we have one of those knockdown drag out weeks where like every game is amazing?
A+. What do you mean? Where am I going to go? A+. It's easy. It's A+.
Yeah, but when the week before it, which has no good games, is
What do you want me to do?
A.
Get retroactively mad that I gave the other week also a good grade?
No. I just want you to have standards.
I do.
You have no. You're wearing a Cowboys hat. You obviously have no standards.
Hey, you're wearing that shirt. What about your standards?
My standards are winning standards.
Greg from Hastings reminded us that Keith Jackson called them Cornhuskers.
He did, and God bless him. Back when we had great college football announcers. Thank you.
Oh, Nelly. Alex and Lincoln
Keith
says Scott Frost beard after he beat Nebraska for that $15 million. Yeah, did Scott Frost grow a beard when he got fired?
Fair point.
We'll see him soon for the Rams on the sidelines coaching.
We won't see
Why
him
do
at
I have
all.
a feeling that I did see Scott Frost in a beard after he got fired?
Well, he always was a little scruffy.
He
But I
had
like a
the
scruffy
yeah,
Nerf
yeah,
herder.
He was a
Wow.
scruffy Nerf
I
herder.
feel like there was a picture or something that we had seen of Scott Frost post-firing when it.
Yeah?
I thought he had a beard.
Jacob points out Loxley had a beard last year. Mike Loxley from Maryland. He does have a beard.
Yep, there you go. There's another one.
Yep.
Arizona Ziggy says, what's the highest acceptable amount of items to bring into self-checkout?
I think we did this, didn't we?
Did you do this one when I was gone?
That's right. You were gone. Yes.
All right, never mind.
We said whatever the rule says. That said, my general disposition, I think, is about a dozen.
If you can't fit it in a basket,
yes,
like the carrying basket.
Yes, 100%.
Aren't there some? But aren't
Maybe up to
some
20?
self-checkouts
15?
Because aren't we confusing self-checkout with the express lane?
Probably, but I don't think the express lane really exists anymore. I think it's either self-checkout or one of
fair
two
enough.
people.
Yeah,
what do you
I
do?
don't know. Do the express lanes have sign? Have
They used to. I don't see
rules?
signs anymore. That's the
See,
thing.
the problem with the only problem is with most of the self checkouts is it's a small area.
Yes.
So it is hard.
Not a whole lot of room to
There's
put
not a
things
lot
down.
of room. You don't have like the nice little conveyor belt and plenty of room to bag your own groceries
behind the bag.
Did you do this one, Sky? Are pizza rolls just spaghetti flavored Tide Pods?
We did not. What a fun question. No, though they're pizza flavored Tide Pods.
That's true.
Yeah, there's not noodles in them. It's pizza stuff. It's marinara, it's cheese, and it's meat. Now, is it high quality? No. I do like pizza rolls.
I love
I haven't
pizza
had them
rolls.
in years.
I like to bite off a quarter and
they're always so hot.
Suck it out.
Oh, they're so hot.
I mean,
ranch.
the flavors are the same. Yeah, you're missing the noodles, but in place of the noodles, you have the outer shell of the pizza roll.
But that's
Thus-
not noodle, that's shell.
But
so
it's
wait,
still,
are you saying that pizza is just pasta baked?
No.
Okay.
But I understand where Sky's coming from. I mean, yeah, they are pizza flavored Tide Pods.
You know what they should do? They should make pizza rolls, but the outer layer is like a garlic bread situation, and then they stuff noodles in with some sauce, and then you have spaghetti rolls.
Why are we again? What is
wild.
it with everyone just stuffing bread into bread?
Got to get those carbs, John. Maybe you have a long run the next day.
John
Well,
hates
then just
noodles and
eat the
bread.
damn bread. You don't have to stuff the bread in the bread.
Aaron says,
"Hey, would you like some bread stuffed bread?"
Aaron says, Nick just said, bite out a corner and suck it out.
Yes.
Mark that and make it a drop.
Shouldn't bite out any corners unless it's a pizza roll.
Yeah, you don't want to bite out any corners. Okay,
Can
two
I say
things.
something about pizza rolls?
Yeah, you probably don't like them.
They are overrated.
Oh,
they're for children.
John.
But they're still solid.
They're very solid.
They're overrated.
I haven't had them in
They're
many years.
overrated.
They're overrated. They're not that good.
They are that good.
No.
Real quick, Joel says, thank goodness for John, we have low standards in radio hosts. And then he adds a George Costanza zing. And then also Dave says, it's probably before his time, but does John know anything about the Big Red Machine? And he attached a picture from the 1977 Washington game.
I don't remember
Bring
that.
back the Big Red Machine.
I don't remember that.
Wow, what a weird vehicle this was. Look at those
Combine.
tires.
I think Combine more than Tractor should be Nebraska's sideline vehicle.
I mean, tractor is you're using the tractor all the time.
Yeah, but Combine is bigger than Tractor. Big Red.
The Big Red coach with the big red mustache.
I suppose.
Severe says Express Lane does exist. It's 12, but for self-checkout, it's 20.
Okay.
I didn't know self-checkout had limits.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's why I guess
But
I've never used it. I've used it, but I've never looked
don't
to
lose
see
it.
what the rule
But
is.
what if you need to check out, but there's nobody manning any of the 12 lanes and it's only
It's called
self-checkout
going
only?
to Walmart.
Or Target.
Any store.
Well, in that case,
Self-checkout is taking jobs from Americans.
but do you know? You
The
realize
robots.
now
AI.
most places who do stay open overnights, don't they close the self checkouts?
Places don't stay open overnight anymore. COVID killed it.
RIP shopping at 2 a.m.
I miss 2 a.m. Walmart trips.
Well, okay, but I have noticed, like if I've gone to make a late run to the store, let's say 10:30, that the self checkout lanes are closed.
Yeah.
And it's just down to like the one or two lanes they leave open for the.
They need to figure out what to do with all of that space because it made sense 10, 15 years ago to have 15 lanes, but they're only going to have a couple open. That's just wasted space.
Yeah.
Take out those other conveyors.
Yeah.
You don't need them.
Let's see. Comp Eliminator Matt.
Okay.
Which is more tiresome? Every time Nick says someone or something is problematic because one thing happened one time that he doesn't agree with, or Nick?
What's the question? Which
is more
annoying?
tiresome? Nick saying that someone or something is problematic because one thing happened one time he doesn't agree with, or Nick?
You're right. The Holocaust only happened one time. Should I be calling Hitler problematic?
Wow, that ramped up way faster than I
And
expected
the
it to.
overhits today.
It does. By the way, my answer to that would be Nick
Designated
saying
Hitler.
problematic because I like Nick. I don't want to say he is annoying.
Oh,
so I'll
thank
just
you.
say when he says problematic is annoying.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit too.
Yeah,
I don't
for
think
sure.
everything's problematic.
Yeah, of course not.
Grew up in a small town in Iowa.
Sky says, would you rather poop in the only toilet at a party knowing it will clog? Editors note it is guaranteed to clog and you are aware this will happen. Or poop in the bushes in the backyard.
My worst nightmare is being not in my own place and the
clogging.
toilet clogs.
I hate that.
I I'll poop in the bush.
I've done it. I've clogged the toilet here at work, but the plunger is not always in that stall. It's in the other stall. And then it's like, crap, I don't know what to do.
Crap.
Well, yeah, no pun intended.
Yeah, I'd much rather just go to the bushes.
But you don't have toilet paper over there.
I know.
Oh!
You have dried leaves.
Oh, man, I'd have to pull a Damon and shower after that poop.
One of my first times hanging out at my girlfriend's house.
Wow, here we
Clogged
go.
her toilet.
Jeez.
She had a plunger, but like I hate that.
That's embarrassing as hell, bro. It's a tough look.
Hate
Nick.
it.
And she's still your girlfriend.
Yeah, I know. Even after all that.
Wow, that's.
I think she likes me.
I'm
Or she's
surprised.
grossed out by
Now you have not sent content, John, so I don't want to step.
Oh, did I not send?
I don't want to
content?
step on any toes. Is there anything in relation to Travis Kelce? Okay.
No.
Okay.
there
Do
is
you want to
not.
answer this question from Brian?
Oh, of course.
Oh no.
Brian says, "Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Is the relationship a big scam?" Now, have you seen this, Nick?
I have not.
You've been busy.
I've been so
Should we just
busy
save this
all
for
day.
its own topic?
Yes, we'll
Okay.
save it
All right,
next.
let's see if there's any
Oh,
others.
topic alert.
Yes, we'll save it. We'll save it for next.
Oh, here we go. Mustache Adam. What is a sports take / debate / topic that gets you fake mad like this? And it's a picture of Brian Kelly mid pounding of the table. What do you get fake mad over? What do I get? I don't get fake mad.
Well, John gets fake mad over cashless paying.
He did get fake mad that day, but then he got real mad.
That's true.
What is it called? Is it working yourself into a shoot?
Working yourself.
John
into a
worked
shoot.
himself into a shoot.
No,
He
I didn't
went
get-
in playing devil's advocate, but by the end, I think he believed what he was arguing.
No, I do believe what I was.
Oh, that's right.
arguing.
You were defending the old.
I was defending the olds. I just thought it should have been given more time. Though interesting.
No complaints. Everything must
If
have
there
worked.
were, I haven't heard them yet.
I heard Doug's call on overreaction. He didn't have anything negative to say. And that guy wanted to go very hard in the paint.
So did he apologize like he said he would?
Yeah, Doug, what the hell, bro? Where's your apology? Seemed like everything was okay.
I'll be honest. I didn't. It's not like I was scanning the stands looking for card readers and stuff
That'd
like
been
that.
awesome.
But I didn't hear about anything.
Yeah, must have been great. Must have been great.
It's almost like it wasn't an issue at all.
Or it was, but people just said, I'm not buying any of their stuff. It's too expensive.
Or I'm not buying any of this stuff. I don't have cash.
Or they just snuck it in like they have been for decades.
Travis says John's hatred of court / field storming. No, that's real. John doesn't like that.
I don't hate it, but I understand as someone who, doesn't want to get trampled by it, why it's got its issues. It's got its issues. I don't want to ever lose the spontaneity of it, but there are those times where it can get out of control and it needs to be policed better.
Yeah.
But I would never want to lose the spontaneity of it.
So you're saying, and maybe this is a topic for tomorrow, if Nebraska stormed the field this weekend, you'd be like, hell yeah.
No, if they do, then that's lame.
Apparently, Steve Sipple and Sean Callahan are pro storming the field. They're not youngs, John.
Man,
They're
I'll
old.
tell you what.
I guess is Sean an old? I don't want to call Sean an old.
How old is Sean?
I know.
I think he's mid-40s.
How far have things
That's still middle.
fallen?
Remember, because we discovered what the cutoff between middle-aged and old was. I
Yeah.
think he's still in the middle age.
So he's not an old yet?
No,
Sipple definitely isn't old.
He's not an old. He's a mid.
Nice. Morgan in Colorado says, when I was dating my wife, I broke the plunger at her parents' house.
Oh.
Broke the plunger?
That
My
was-
God.
Damn, that must have been some solid you-know-what.
Do you have a picture of it, Morgan? You ever have one of those where you're like, I got to send this to the group chat?
I would never want to do that. I hate that.
Oh,
That's
man.
so gross.
I've had a couple. It's like, wow, it looks like a snake.
If I ever get something like that in my group chat, I will.
I'm surprised there's
leave
not.
the group
I'm
chat.
surprised in this day and age there's not a social media platform.
Oh, John, we can make some real money off of this. Get that account verified.
Call it Feces Book.
Share it. Share your poop. We'll
It
post
could be
it.
like
we'll rate
hot-
it like we rate dogs.
It could be like hot or not, but with
Yeah.
poop.
By the way, Severe has texted in. So he says it was really Sean encouraging it, the field storming. Sip was like, I don't care. Robin, though, said no. So we'll talk to Robin about this tomorrow.
That would be.
Robin's kind of old at heart.
No, he's not, is he? Think so?
Well, I agree with Robin.
Robin,
Well,
friend of the Grum, joins us on Thursdays.
I agree with Robin. I agree with
Randy says, our poor kid delivering water to our section was having a hard time with his card reader. Lots of people trying to get water, and his card reader wouldn't work. I felt bad for him. I really don't care, but there were some issues. That is the first. I'm serious. That's the first time I've heard any complaints.
Okay.
That's good, though. Steve says, what
the people, they dehydrated because card reader wouldn't work?
No, I think water should just be free.
Nice. Good take, Nick.
It's a resource.
Yeah,
that
you need
is
to
provided by the earth.
You need it to survive. Steve texts, I think this is directed to me. What the actual hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, that's disgusting as hell, Josh.
You don't take a picture and send it to your boys?
No.
Well, you don't have as good of a relationship with your friends as I do with mine.
Oh, no.
Would you call that a good relationship with your friends?
To be fair, I haven't done this in many
Hey, would you
years.
like to see my feces?
I'm very close with many of my friends, and not once have either of us ever considered this.
All right. Well, apparently we have some updates on Travis and Taylor.
Oh, when I saw this story, I thought of John Bishop.
Don't embolden him.
Sorry, Nick.
16-20 in the zone.
Fall is not officially here. That's like 17 days away, but the season of fall is officially here. And that's
I like seasons.
That's a reminder that you can win 2 2024 season passes to Valas and enjoy all the fall family fun that Valas has to offer. Enter a win right now at 1620thezone.com. Nick, you told me earlier we are drawing the winners of these very soon.
Very soon.
How soon?
A couple weeks.
Couple of weeks. So still time, 1620thezone.com.
Steve writes, storming the field after a victory over Colorado would be cringeworthy. Colorado is not deserving of a field storming.
I think that cringeworthy is being overused the wrong way here.
Let's put a pin in this. This is a topic for the show, not a topic before we talk about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
I just think he's getting.
Now, we already know what John thinks.
Confused.
What do I think? Stay tuned for tomorrow's Grum.
Nice.
Should Nebraska storm the field? That's a poll question. Poll question.
Oh,
topic alert.
Put it up now so then we have the results for the topic tomorrow.
Nick, you are a gentleman and a scholar.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll put that up right now at USC 1620. If Nebraska beats Colorado Saturday, should they storm the field?
I guess it is the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
So, according to the Daily Mail.
Oh, tabloid John, you're stooping down.
Well, but
to
this
a
is in other places as well. There has been documents that have been spread online.
Spread eagle?
Football, right?
In which the paperwork, which appears to have been created by a Los Angeles-based firm Full Scope, reveals a strategy to make the Travis and Taylor split and says the date for an announcement is September the 28th.
That's this month. That's fall.
It also outlines a supposed plan to release an official statement at the end of the month, 3 days post-breakup, to allow the initial media frenzy to settle and ensure clarity.
Real quick, there can't be 3 days after September in September. That's August 1st. September 28th?
It adds that the announcement will be gracious, respectful, and stress mutual respect. Laying out what the statement would say, they write, example, Travis and Taylor have decided to part ways after careful consideration. They both value and respect each other's personal lives and appreciate and respect for privacy during this time.
Strigori writes, conspiracy people gonna conspiracy, just dumb.
But apparently Travis Kelce's team, not his football team, but like his handlers, whatever, or his boys or whatever Travis calls them.
Boys.
His guys he sends pictures of poop to.
Ugh. Be normal.
They're trying to silence the rumors that this is actually happening.
They're trying to silence the thing that's all over the internet already?
These are actual documents and that this is an actual split of an actual romance that is actually happening.
John,
it's not arranged or any kind of a business negotiation of any kind.
You sound a little bit like Theo right now.
Listener Theo?
I am merely just
sorry, Theo.
I'm merely just exchanging the news.
Travis writes, please, Taylor Swift would never allow for such a leak of paperwork.
Yeah, her team has things locked down pretty
a little
tight.
buttoned up, John, like a polo where you button it.
But the leak is apparently coming from his end. See, she might have all of her leaks buttoned up, but he's a leaking machine.
He's
like one of those. He's like one of those tires, those old worn tires that's run over a lot of nails, a lot of leaks. You hear that hissing all over the place. Many leaks.
Adam texts in, Travis must have sent Taylor one too many pictures of his poop. Did Taylor Swift want to break up with Travis because he kept sending her poop photos? Look at this one, dear. It's massive.
Do you think that...
Look at this one. It looks like the Chiefs logo.
Do you think, and this is me putting on my Jimmy Allen hat, this will be mental gymnastics.
Oh, good Lord.
Stick with me.
Where's this going to go?
Do you think that they might have broken up already, but because it's been such a giant public thing and Taylor Swift is such a big figure that they have to figure out a way a month ahead of time to
really
break
is,
the
Jimmy.
news to the world?
You just Jimmy to Jimmy.
I know. I jimmied all over the place.
Alex
I mean,
Linga
would
says
it be that
love is dead.
I mean, would it be that surprising, given the scripted nature of all of this, and how
but
everything
a lot
has
of
been
it
nicely and neatly organized?
A lot of it did not. It wasn't scripted though.
John, real quick. Okay, I'm going to entertain that.
John, they're both bad actors. I need you to know that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are horrible actors.
There's a difference between acting in
the actor,
acting as someone who is portraying another character, but when you're portraying yourselves, it's a little easier to pull.
All right, I'm going to pretend that what you said is true. So let's just live in a world where what you said is true.
Where what
that their relationship is kayfabe. Why would they break up now? If it's all fake, why would they do it now? Wouldn't they want to milk one more season of the NFL?
I have no idea.
The NFL definitely would.
I don't know.
I don't buy it.
I don't know.
I don't buy it
David
either.
says MAGA hat greater than Jimmy Allen hat.
Whoa.
Poll question: would you rather wear a MAGA hat or a Jimmy Allen hat? Sam says, John, what if folks like you reveling in this leads to even more Taylor Swift at the games as an overcompensation? See, even if this is true, I bet they double down now and stay together for the kids.
For the kids.
It's a Blink-182
so she's
song.
pregnant.
No, not
Whoa.
those kids. The kids as in us, the people, her little Swifties. They're her children. They were going to stay together for all the people that want to believe
when
in
this
true
thing does
love.
when this thing does explode, and inevitably these things tend to explode.
Well,
between
most
celebrities.
relationships end in every relationship ends in sadness. Every single one. Either somebody dies or they break up or they die together. I guess that's kind of happy.
Yeah.
It's going to be the most amazing pillow fight in the history of pop culture. The Swifties versus the Chiefs Kingdom. And I am here.
Okay, so John, you're calling it a pillow fight, but both fan bases can and have gotten extremely violent.
Yeah, John.
Like legitimately,
you know how
the
Chiefs
Swifties-
fans are.
Yeah.
Last year we were like, the Chiefs might be the second
I'm
best team in
talking
the
more
NFL.
of I'm talking of more of a war of words pillow.
Remember that one guy who used to tweet at us incessantly all the time?
Yes.
Because remember you had the gall to say the Jags were going to be good?
Yeah.
Or
Remember that?
is that the same guy who would get mad at us if we talked about the NFL in any context and didn't mention the Chiefs at least once?
That's very same person.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm just here for the chaos.
Jimmy Allen has DM'd me. Who has a Jimmy Allen hat? Jimmy, great question.
I have no idea.
Nick just put it on, though.
I
Nick,
was Jimmy Allen pilled for a
this
little
could
bit.
be a great graphic. It's you and it's a picture of a Jimmy Allen on your hat. I don't know. You can make the graphic.
I just
you
picture a
have
tinfoil
Canva
hat.
Pro. You put it together.
I mean, if there is someone who though could handle playing the villain because he's kind of been able to do it as a professional athlete, and given that this is at the end of his career, he's only got maybe a couple more seasons left in him. He's going to need something to like carry him into that next life. And
he's got the podcast.
Playing a heel, playing the ultimate heel to the ultimate baby face.
He's got the podcast, John.
I think he's
work out
fine.
well for him.
$100 million for that podcast. He needs to split it with his brother.
Yeah, but you
Oh,
still
no.
have to. You still have to be. Still got to be you outside of the podcast.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it could be.
if anyone wants to pay me $100 million,
It could be great.
I'll do it. Do whatever you want.
Oh.
By the way, the poll question is up, John. I think you're going to be happy with the
With the
results.
Jimmy
so far.
Allen one or the
not the Jimmy
Storm
Allen
the
one?
Field
Yeah, would you rather
one?
wear a MAGA hat or a Jimmy Allen hat? Storm the field. Nebraska beats Colorado Saturday. Should fans storm the field? Almost 100 votes already, like that. No, with 77.6% of the vote.
My faith is restored in humanity.
Topic alert. Vote now. We will discuss it on the Grum tomorrow.
My faith is restored in humanity.
Alex Lincoln says Nick jimmied Allen all over the place.
Yeah, I jimmied everywhere.
Yeah, man.
Well, coming up, just as one love affair may be on the outs,
nice. Is another one beginning?
Two hated rivals may have come together like the Macho Man and the Hulkster and shook hands and become the mega powers.
Hulk Hogan was problematic.
Well, the good news is in this story,
Brother, why
one
can't
of
I
the
say
two
that word,
parties
brother?
is also problematic.
Oh,
interesting.
We'll be back with that and Mike Gundy's radio show.
What?
Ugh.
Wow, that's wild.
On 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, let's get to some content.
Another bubble watch came out from ESPN.com today about the college football season. Is this the type of contest you're going to follow throughout the year?
No, I
Bubble.
Bubble. We don't really need bubble watch for the college football playoff because the field of schools is smaller and we're all pretty much going to know at the end. You know, the difference between this and college basketball is there's so many other teams out there and it's a bigger field.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's also a college basketball thing. And listen, I'm not a bubble watch guy in October and November of college basketball season either.
Yeah.
So I'm certainly not going to be one for college football in week 2.
Yeah, I'm obviously super jacked about the expanded CFP this year. I think it's going to be fun. I think that the media is kind of like way overcompensated, I think, for like, oh, this is new. We have to make sure we over-explain it.
Yeah.
And I think that that's made for some stuff that I'm not really engaging with a whole lot, this included.
According to Bloomberg, Warner Brothers Discovery will start charging Max subscribers that want to stream sports an additional $10 a month. Is that smart?
Here's an argument for why it's smart. It's smart because there will be some unsuspecting people who sign up for it thinking that that's how they're going to be able to watch sports, and so they'll make money off of something that they were already doing. I will not be signing up for this. You know, one of the annoying things about changing the channel sometimes within YouTube TV, especially I dealt with this during the basketball tournament a lot. It was like, I'm going to the UConn-Purdue game. Not that it would have had to be an earlier one, but it was like, do you want to watch it on TBS or Max? It's like, no, I just want to watch the game. I don't need the options of TBS or Max. So it's smart because they're going to make money off of it, but I don't really know how many people are ultimately going to subscribe to that.
Well, and also consider what is it that they're getting?
Hockey and basketball.
You're getting, yeah.
And
now
the college football playoff games.
Now this, a couple of them.
2 of them.
And this could impact those of you who are Big East basketball fans because remember,
yes, it could.
Warner Brothers Discovery has part of the Big East package as well, starting in another year. So, it's certainly worth watching. Now, I wonder how that affects those of us because we get Max because we still have cable and we have HBO.
Correct.
And we also have all of the channels that Max would cover.
Correct. So I don't need it.
No,
don't need it.
The Royals have now lost 7 in a row and 5.5 games in the standings to Cleveland since last Monday. Monday.
Wow.
Do we need to do a welfare check on Mr. Happer?
I think so.
He's declared it football season.
I haven't heard
baseball's
from him since
done.
he left.
He says baseball season's
They're
done.
not going to miss the playoffs.
But
the Red Sox have lost 4 in a row. They're not going to catch them.
Vinny's hurt though, and so baseball season's done.
Yeah, they put down the pass squatch already.
You know, if I would have had the same attitude in 1999, well, Trent Green's hurt. Guess my football season is done.
You probably did, didn't you?
No.
Really? You thought Kurt Warner was going to be good?
Listen, the Rams were bad for the whole decade, so I was just like,
another year.
It's just another year. And then I would watch, and then they were winning. It's like, hey, these guys are pretty good. I was also excited because they still had they had just got
Marshall Faulk.
That was going to be a really good
Torrey
offense
Holt,
anyway.
Isaac Bruce. That was
Isaac
my
Bruce.
Al Michaels impression of Isaac Bruce's game-winning touchdown versus the Titans.
How do you think that impression is? You think it's a good impression?
I got the tone and the length in which he said it correct. And it's Isaac Bruce. It's kind of how he said it. It's not a good Al, though. I would agree.
I'm not going to lie. I made it a little bit more difficult than it needed to be at the end. That's how one Brandon Ayuk described negotiations with the 49ers as he got closer to signing his contract. We sure the vibes are going to be awesome this year for San Fran?
I was talking to somebody today and told them that I'm out on the 49ers this year, and they were flabbergasted, John. They couldn't believe it. They said, sir, your NFL picks are often great, so I'm going to I am going to note this because you might be right.
Because you listen to a lot of podcasts that tell you what your picks are going to be.
No, Nick, it's just giving me information. It's info.
Well, but it's Ayuk saying I made it a little more difficult, so he's actually apologizing.
Did he apologize?
Well,
or
that's what
is
it
he just
sounds like.
flipping him the bird?
I don't think he's flipping him the bird.
Look at you, 49er lover. Put it
I'm
on
not
a
a
license
49er
plate.
He
lover.
did marry a 49er fan.
I am not a Niner lover. I've never been a Niner
Doesn't
lover.
Wrigley have 49ers apparel?
Oh, yikes, John. Tough look for you.
Your dog tur?
My dog doesn't have any
honestly,
Eagle stuff.
I would appreciate
Thanks,
if you would
Cowboy
keep
stuff?
that under the hat because Pet Protective Services is
The
listening.
Jimmy Allen hat?
They may take my dog away from us because my wife
My
may
dog
have
away from
tortured.
us.
May have tortured.
That is
poor
torture.
Wrigley
That
by
is dog
wearing
torture.
that filth.
People forget that the 49ers have not won a Super Bowl as recently as the Cowboys have.
Well, it's actually been longer.
But
Yeah.
they've been to
1
the
year
Super Bowl
longer.
more recently than the
That's
Cowboys
many
have.
times.
You know, there's that line, what's better, having love and lost it or never
Than to have
having...
never loved it all.
Yeah. At least my heart never got broken in the Super Bowl.
Just in the wild card round.
Hey, and the divisional round sometimes.
You made it to round 2 that one time.
Yeah, multiple times,
One
Nick. Many times on many sides.
Mike Gundy's radio show does not originate from a studio or a sports bar, but instead from a retirement community.
What?
Go ahead, Josh. Make your mean noises.
This is great. Also, I mean, this has got to be the next step for Husker Online, right? Start doing the pod with Sipple and his people from the old folks' home. Look at the takes. This is great. These old people couldn't care less about what Gundy has to say. They're like, I'm almost dead and I have to listen to this coach right now. I'm tired. I want to go to sleep.
That is quite the look.
tired,
I
Grandpa.
mean, you know, listen, God bless them. And listen,
How much are they pay? How much are these old people paying him to go speak there? It's probably
Well-
getting taken out of their rent.
no, I mean, it's part of the marketing budget, I'm sure.
Hey, Jill, you got to go vacuum now. We had to fire the maid.
This is just turning into the retirement home from Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, indeed.
I don't know.
That's pretty cool.
I feel kind of, you know,
Supporting the olds.
taking their money. I would just go and go talk to them.
Yeah.
You know, when I had some free time.
Yeah, not a
Because-
bad take.
Because I'm a nice guy.
Yeah.
And I
Wait,
respect
you
my
are?
elders.
You do?
I respect my elders. I guarantee you in
Interesting.
that room ain't nobody going to a Oklahoma State Cowboy game and paying with a card. They're paying in cash.
That's true. They don't know what cards are.
Can I pay with check for this Pepsi?
It's absurd. The Broncos are naming Bo Nix not only their starting quarterback, but one of the 6 team captains, becoming the first Bronco rookie to earn the captain's C since Floyd Little in 1967, when some of those old individuals that went to Mike Gundy's talking engagement
Nice.
were not in a home.
Mm.
What does this say about what Denver thinks of their new signal caller?
Interesting decision. Maybe they think they've got something there. I mean, for the fact that you would put a rookie
But don't they usually
quarterback.
do this with quarterbacks? So quarterbacks are so often captains.
It's not like Denver's had rookie quarterbacks in the past in
Have
recent
they?
years and haven't. I mean, John Elway wasn't voted a team captain.
hard to argue. That was the 80s, though. It was a different time back in the 80s.
Well, that's true. We, you know, like
You
some of
earned
us, like some of us who grew up in that era and were graded in that era. We make you earn your grade. We don't just hand it out because.
Oh, interesting. Is that about Fired Up for Football?
I don't know. It's just about
Brought to you by our friends at Warhorse.
It's just yes, Warhorse Casino.
Thank you,
and
Warhorse.
Warhorse Sportsbook. Thank
Great
you very
casino,
much.
great sports book.
I bet they appreciate a good solid grade that's not graded on a curve.
Fine sponsor.
The Eagles are looking to have fake bus stop ads removed, claiming that Kamala Harris is being endorsed by the team. The Eagles have not endorsed any candidate. Josh,
Nick?
how much would you like to have the Philly Eagles endorsement?
For myself or for her?
For her.
I mean, look, yeah, any support of her is going to be a
So
thumbs
Josh
up
and
in
the
my book.
Eagles shaking hands.
Jimmy Allen can endorse her too. I want everybody to endorse her, John.
Josh says, "Fly Eagles."
I laughed
fly."
when I saw. I didn't say that.
Eagles fly.
Hey, look, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Is what we're talking about here. When I saw that, I laughed very hard because I saw it knowing that it was not real. And I was like, who put this up? That's my question, is who made all these graphics and then tried to bamboozle those voters in Philadelphia?
They were pretty well done.
They
graphics.
were. They looked like they used Canva.
They might have.
They probably did.
Thank you, Canva. Speaking of Philly, the Sixers are wanting a new home when their lease with the Wells Fargo Center expires in 2031. While the city and team are talking about the new $1.3 billion arena, Camden, New Jersey, across the river, is promising $400 million in tax breaks to move the Sixers there. Are you ready for the Camden 76ers?
So they would still be really, really close.
Yeah, it'd be like if it's like when the Omaha Beef would play their games in Council Bluffs.
Man, they are called the New York and well, they're both called the New York Jets and Giants, and they play in Jersey. So is this any worse than that?
No, it's literally
the same. But yet it seems worse.
I guarantee you they'd still call them the Philadelphia 76ers.
Oh, 100%. They're not getting rid of that brand. Wow, it really is close. It's 5 miles away.
Yeah, it's literally right across the river.
Wow.
Their practice facility
across the bridge.
Their practice facility is there.
Is that arena that old?
No, the Spectrum was replaced maybe 30 years ago.
Let's look it up. Philadelphia. This was built Wells Fargo Center in 96. I would not have guessed it was that old.
So
that's older than I am.
It's not quite 30 years old.
Yeah, but it's getting close. Wow. It's just nuts how fast they have to replace stadiums and arenas these days.
It's almost like they go with the lowest bidder to buy or to build things.
Chief 1999, Gundy had them on the edge of their wheelchairs.
I saw no wheelchairs in that picture.
That is funny.
It's because they had them off to the side, John.
Andy wants to know, is Taylor Swift America's Princess Diana?
You know, I know Andy said that as a joke.
What are you implying here, Andy?
But I think from a cultural influential standpoint, she might be.
She might be Princess Diana.
I'm not saying she's going to be Princess Diana.
John, you love the Brits. Your thoughts?
But I think Princess Di and Taylor Swift
Hey,
might
don't talk about her that way. We know.
be at the same
Isn't it a tough
level.
look that people called her Princess Di?
I mean, that was before she died, to be
knowing
fair.
what happened. Yeah, I know. But it'd be like calling Ned Stark, like, Ned gets his head chopped off.
Head Stark.
Spoiler
It'd
alert.
be like calling him Head
Stark. You go, oh, hey, it's Head. Yeah, I know. It's rolling around. Spoiler alert for the end of season 1. What's for dinner?
What's for dinner?
Nice.
16:20 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
What do you guys have for dinner?
I did not have the ribs last night. I had something else, so I will probably have the ribs.
We have mac and cheese, leftover brats.
No, the wife's working late, huh?
Yeah. Of course. It's Wednesday. Yeah. I'm on my own.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
The tacos last night in the Marg, very delectable.
Where
we ended up going having ice cream as well. Thank you, Nick.
What kind of ice cream did you get?
They had cookie dough. It's because we went to Cone Flour. Cookie dough's my favorite. They never have cookie dough there, so I always get something else. They finally did. I was like, I got to get it, even though I have cookie dough more than any ice cream. It was so good.
I like peanut butter ice cream a lot.
Interesting.
It's my favorite ice cream.
I feel like it's always too rich.
Yeah.
I like vanilla with peanut butter stuff in it, like Reese's, but peanut butter ice cream by itself is just like...
It's a very fine line. Like peanut butter fudge, way too rich. Peanut butter ice cream, good.
Nick, good take. Peanut butter fudge is way too rich. Way too rich. I like regular fudge, which is also very, very rich.
But nothing beats a good peanut butter parfait.
We love peanuts.
Those are the best.
We do love peanuts.
Yes.
Chief 1999 points out that Taylor Swift isn't removing landmines anywhere in the world. Is that what Princess Diana did at one point in time?
She did a lot of cool humanitarian stuff.
Well, yeah,
John probably hated her.
She was a cool woman.
She organized a lot of stuff. I mean, for being a member of the Royal Twits, she was actually pretty.
Well, she wasn't actually. She didn't grow up in that.
No,
family,
I know.
Though,
she
John.
married.
She was a common woman.
Yes, she was like the one woman. What's her name? The one
she was married into that family.
Yes.
Did not know that. I had no idea.
Yeah,
I thought she came out of.
She married King Sausage Fingers.
Yeah,
I thought
that was King Sausage Fingers' first wife.
And then he got bored of her, and then he was with Camilla.
I did not know this.
Yeah.
Oh, you thought she was blood?
I thought she was blood.
No.
No, that's why
blood of my blood.
That's why she was so chill and good with helping other people. And the royal family were like, they're
this
dirty.
is fascinating.
That's
I
why
never
it was
knew this.
Such a big deal that she was shaking hands with those AIDS patients.
I just thought it was a big deal because she was in the royal family. It doesn't matter that she's in or out of the family. I just thought it was because she was Chief 99 WTF. Look, she died when I was a tiny baby Josh. I don't care about the royals. I don't research them.
Princess Di was a really cool person.
No, she was a great person.
That's a correct
My
answer.
mom was a big fan of her. I just never
My
knew
mom
that
was also a big fan of her.
Yeah. Moms loved Princess Diana.
Moms loved Princess Diana. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Barringer fan points out that Chuck was with Camilla before Diana.
Yeah, but then they broke up.
He went back with her?
He went back with her. I've watched The Crown. I know
Look at
what
this
happened.
man over here.
Good grief.
Levi in Colorado. Josh
You
makes
just
fun of
lost your
Nick for
man
not knowing
card.
Howard Dean. Yes, Nick doesn't know Howard Dean.
I was 7.
Nick, it's a meme.
Well,
It's so funny.
He's kind of a footnote now, so I would
Yeah,
understand.
it is a long time ago.
I'd understand why Nick, who's not old enough to remember.
Nick, I want you to go watch this video.
The scary thing is Nick's not really old enough to remember. It doesn't seem like that long.
04, yeah. I was a sophomore, junior in high school. Sophomore.
I was
sophomore.
Playing video games and watching SpongeBob.
On the Grum tomorrow, should Nebraska storm the field if they beat Colorado?
Hell no. And Todd Furman and Robin Washut. And our NFL picks.
Oh, bye.